And
BYMOC, the Spirit be with you. My name is Isaac Alvarez Cardenas from San Antonio, Texas, son of a Comanche Apache mother and Tapilanqua Huatecan father. What we're going to do today is we're going to invoke the ancient ones, the spirits, those that have passed on. I want to remember in memory Howard Stevenson, his father, passed on. That it be a spirit be here with us. And all the spirits, and asking permission from the first people in this area. So I'm going to use the word wayo in this chant for the 4 directions. And wayo in our language means to cry. Sometimes we cry in sadness. Sometimes we cry in joy. We're so happy. And laughter, we laugh so much we start crying. That these tears that we're shedding is also shedding to get into the center of ourselves that connects us with the universe.
Say good afternoon, everyone. Ooh. Le de Dios, bringing the spirit of the Creator. I'm Jerry Teo, parents from Aguascalientes, Chihuahua. Grew up in Compton. So I'm got that indigenous Coahuitecan blood in me, but I'm straight out of Compton. And the spirits of all those that flow in between and come to you in a very humble way, asking permission, but also welcoming your relatives here. They recognize in the ancient traditions that when you come, all your relatives come with you. And so as you walk in this room, and acknowledge all those that came before you. And we say 7 generations, and so as they're saying this prayer, blowing this flute, I want you to acknowledge them in your own spirit. If you could think back 7 generations, great, 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 great grandma, great, 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 great grandpa. You know, and it's hard for me to imagine what my relatives way back there did that allowed me to be here. The sacrifices that they made, the things they struggled with, the tears that they had to hold in, the pain that they carried, the things, the stories they couldn't tell us, but the dreams that they had in order that we could be here. And what I want all of us to, as we start today, because this is about that next generation, is I want you to recognize that you are that dream of your relatives 7 generations ago that way. So we will invoke the Spirit in these directions and call to all those spirits in that way. Ometioru, Nana Tata, Glaso Kamatli. Creator Mother Father, we come to you this day in great gratitude for another day of life, another day of breath. We begin, Creator, calling to all our relations that way and asking for permission to be here all the ancestors that have come before. We begin by invoking the spirit of our ancestors, those that paved this way, that said those prayers, like my grandmother that used to get up every morning at 4:30. I thought she was crazy to get up so early, but she knew something that I didn't know. She knew that before we began anything, that we must connect. We must ask those greater spirits to come and guide us and protect us and inspire us that way. But she also knew, Creator, that I would need those prayers, that we would need those prayers, there were going to be those difficult times. And after she finished praying, she would come to our room and she would bless us up. She would bless us up. She would inject us with her inspiration, with her prayers, with the prayers of the ancestors, because she knew we would need that spirit, because this world is not always fair, not always just, not always welcoming to us. So we call to the ancestors, the grandmas, the grandpas, those with the enlightened hair under that Grecian formula, that clarol, those with the long lines of wisdom on their hands and face that we think are wrinkles, but really are the roads that they've walked. Those with the dark spots that are showing up, that not just age, there are blessings from the Creator to thank them for all the sacrifices they made. We call to the ancestors, those ancient ones, those slow walkers, the ones that are walking slower but are talking longer, and sometimes give those same stories over and over and over again. And we must understand that they're not senile, they're not demented. It's just that we don't have the lesson yet, so they have to repeat it. We call to all those ancestors that way to be with us, to gather here today, to bless this path that we dedicate to the 7 generations that will come before. We call to the ancestor spirit, to our elders. We thank them for all the sacrifice they've made in this way. We say, Aho metakyase. We call to the spirit in the ancient direction of the West, where the women nation are the carriers of that direction. They are the first warriors, the first teachers, the first ones that sacrifice. They're the ones that guide us and lead us always, Creator. The ones that our mamas that hold us in their stomach and sacrifice first, have that first dance, that first breath that they give us, that first drum that comes with us, that gives us that heartbeat. We pray to the women nation, the ones that really are the leaders of all of us, Creator. We thank our mothers for the sacrifice that they've made. For the women, for the mothers, our grandmothers, our sisters, our sister friends, our compañeras, our hijas, our nanas, abuelitas, all of them, that women's spirit. We pray for them. We thank them for their guidance, for their love, for their patience with us, and for the healing of us. And we pray for all the women nation, those that are struggling, that are hurting. We ask for their forgiveness when we also hurt them in any way. But Creator, we're stepping up to attempt to heal so that we can do this in a good way. For all the women in that women nation, we give thanks. Aho metakese klasukamate. En la quech, tú eres mi otro yo, you are my other me. The reflection of that women's spirit is the direction of the men. The direction of the men, that east direction, where the men, our fathers, our grandfathers, our brothers, our sons, our partners, our homies, those that are locked up, drugged up, messed up, that are still trying to find their path. We pray to them, Creator. We pray that you will be merciful and that we can find that inspiration to really heal them up. And for those that are warriors, that are being good fathers, good grandfathers, good sons, good brothers, all the men that are trying to step up and speak up and show up and bless up and represent, Creator. We ask for their strength and their blessing so they can speak truth, Creator. And we ask for that men's nation to stand up in that first way and really be honorable men that way. We ask for prayers for our healing so that we can really reflect the blessing spirit of who we truly are, our authentic selves as honorable men. We say this in the name of our ancestor. In that fourth cardinal direction of the south, are the children. Why we do everything. Those children that are babies that are still in their mother's stomachs that are still on the way, those that are still just a dream, those that will come from now through 7 generations, those little ones, those toddlers that jump up and wake us up on Saturday morning real early and want to play and want to eat candy. And when we want to sleep, stick their fingers in their eyes and say, Daddy, eat, 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 Mama, eat, eat, eat. The ones that tell us the truth and ask the questions, why are you and Daddy not talking? Are you mad at each other? Those that long for their father, long for their mother, those that are stuck in the middle ground of hurt and pain, those that are in foster care, those that are on the street, for our young ones that are on that bridge, our youth that are on that bridge, that are truly the leaders, the ones that have that rhythm, that dress in a different way, that speak and spit in rhymes and poetry and everything. And even though they say they lack knowledge or dysfunctional, they really are very functional. They're trying to get that beat, that rhythm together. Creator, we ask for their guidance because they are leading us now, this next generation, and that we can step around and step back and embrace them in such a way that they can speak their truth. We ask for that generation. That's why we're here, Creator. We're here to do it for them. We're here to do it for them so that they will have less pain and they will have more blessings, Creator, for the young people in that next generation. We say, Aho, Mitake said, thank you. Father Sky, that grandfather Sun, for our Mother Earth, all our relations, for the two-legged, for the creepy crawlers, for those that are flying, and all the animals and all the plants that are part of our nation as well. And right here in the center, all of you reach right here to the center of yourself, where your spirit of your ancestors are, that 7th sacred direction, where all people of all races, of all roots are one. We say in Kloke Nawake, interconnected sacredness, we give thanks for all people, of all nations, of all ways, of all prayer ways, because as one we come together for the blessings of the next generations. We say Aho.
O Great Spirit, energy that gave birth to the womb of creation, our universe, Mother Earth and Father Sky, Keper of Mayat and Imhotep, I, Bapa, Ubuntu Keper Mayat, I'm calling you now to thank you for all that we have, to thank you for all the collective deeds, collective good deeds of the people in this room, collective good intentions of the people in this room, collective of the good intentions we have to move forward. At this time, I'd like to give thanks and appreciation to our ancestors who've gone before us. Some of our cultural ancestors, educators, like Carter G. Woodson, Ashe. Ashe. Marcus Garvey, Ashe. Ashe. Fannie Lou Hamer, Ashe. Ashe. My Pop Carter, Ashe. And I'd like for you to think of an ancestor, someone who's gone on, someone who would appreciate today and the effort that we are making and the intentions to move forward, to lift up a nation. Think of someone in your very own family and say their name out loud. Say their names out loud. Ashe. Ashe. And for those yet to be born, may the deeds that we lay from this day forward build a path for them to walk across. Ashe. Let us speak the truth. Let us live the truth. Let us be the truth. One of the most revolutionary acts we can do. Thank you.
Okay, I'll stay up there. Okay.
Brothers of wisdom there, sharing their intercultural, speaking of drums and culture. We think that's very important when we think about how we want our youth to connect and grow, heal, grow, and thrive. So my name is Maisha Simmons. I'm a senior program officer at the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and I'm welcoming you here to Philadelphia. Philadelphia is an important place for us at Forward Promise because we had our very first meeting here. And it was supposed to be a meeting of about 30 people, and it turned out to be a meeting of about 100 people. And in that meeting, there were seeds that were planted that has grown in this space that support boys and men of color. We had our very first meeting with Dr. Ross at the California Endowment, who was on sabbatical at the time, trying to figure out where their role and where their place could be in this work. And from that has grown the Executive Alliance to support young men and boys of color. We also have supported and thought about how we can contribute to work that other foundations are doing in this work through Forward Promise, like the campaign and others, and really being a partner in this space. So it's very exciting that here at March and spring, where there's a new birth, even though it doesn't feel like it from those of you who are not used to this Northeast weather, that we're birthing Forward Promise into very good hands. But before I introduce the people who were birthing this work too, I want to give some thank yous because I see some old faces, I see some new faces. For those of you who've been with us on this journey for a while, this started, I want to say, almost 7 to 10 years ago. And it incubated at the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation through support from folks like Risa Lovizo More, who is our visionary leader and who allowed this seed to grow internally in the foundation before we got to this point. It was also watered by Jane Lowe, who's no longer with the foundation, but she was my director at the time when I was inherited this work, and she really pushed and pushed for this work to go to another level and go beyond just an idea and flourish into a true program. And now the work is being shepherded by Dr. Dwayne Proctor, who internally is helping me do something where usually we would have these meetings and they'd be kind of stealth, and he's encouraging me to bring it to the light. So there's several of my RWJF friends and family who are here with us to see this work move to the next level. So now, and I had so much more to say, but I only have 5 minutes, so I can't go over 10 years of history in 5 minutes. So take a look at all the readings that you have in your packet and on our website to come. But now I have the honor of introducing the people who will shepherd this work. So I'm going to read a little bit that's in their bio, what we should traditionally do, and then I'll tell a story about each of these persons, Dr. Howard Stevenson and Rhonda Bryant. So I'll read first. Dr. Howard Stevenson is the Constance Clayton Professor of Urban Education, Professor of Africana Studies, and former chair of the Applied Psychology and Human Development Division in the Graduate School of Education at the University of Pennsylvania. He's also the director of the Racial Empowerment Collaborative at Penn and designed to promote racial literacy in education, health, and justice institutions. So now my story. I was talking to a colleague Elaine Cassidy, who is now at an organization here in Philadelphia, and I was telling her about this work, and she said, "Oh, you should really meet my friend, Dr. Howard Stevenson." And I was like, "Oh, I haven't heard of him." And she's like, "Oh, no, you two will really get along." And so at the inaugural meeting at Forward Promise, Howard and his brother, Brian Stevenson, did what we've called the Stevenson Brothers Showcase. And in that, it was the last day of the meeting. Folks were ready to go home. And you know when you go to a meeting, you get that antsy feeling like, should I stay? Should I go? And for the folks who stayed, really had a treat. I don't know, Howard, if you and your brother have ever done that again. I'll take that as lightning in a bottle. But we then were able to hear Howard talk about the issues of young men and boys of color from the mind of a psychologist, but also from a mind of how do we think about our heritage and our culture and the healing that we need to have. And then we heard Brian talk about the other end of the spectrum when the justice system does not show love to our young people, and they do what it's designed to do, and how we need to be radical and bold in our thinking to move our young people out of those systems. So Howard, in his wisdom, he talks about the village, and it was that talk of the village that really intrigued us at the foundation, and thinking about the village of the community and how do we heal communities and villages. So you'll hear a lot more about that today, but that one little seedling that started in 2012 has grown to where we are in 2017. And the other person who will be shepherding this work is Rhonda Bryant. When I met her, she was Rhonda Soya Fat, so I'll read and then I'll tell a story. Rhonda Soya Fat Bryant is a national expert on child and youth development and education policy. She's worked for over 20 years as an advocate for fair policies and programming to benefit America's young people. Her passion is for the issues and needs of low-income children and has dedicated her career to being a voice for children in every setting. From the local community center to the White House, Ms. Bryant is a noted author on many issues affecting low-income children, such as education inequities, poverty, employment, trauma, and community development. So now my story about Rhonda. So when we started this work, it was about 2010 or 11, and there was a report out in the field called We Dream a World. Anybody familiar with that report? Raise your hands. And so that report was a seminal report really talking about how Black boys need to be able to dream. And Jane and I took that report and we read it, and another colleague and I said, we have to have that person who did this. We need this information for us at the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And how do we expand beyond the conversation with Black men and boys, but talk about our Native young people, our API young people, our young people who are Latino? So we talked to Rhonda in her very no-nonsense way, broke it down for us in the way that the report was going to be structured and formatted. It was our first time working with her. And then at the end, we had this beautiful report called Investing in Boys and Young Men of Color, The Promise and Opportunity. And that report went to be the blueprint of how we were going to launch this work. So again, a seed that was planted in 2013 that now has grown to where we are now in 2017. I didn't know all those years ago that we would be at this point. Who knew that Howard and Rhonda would come together to launch this work in the way that you will learn about today? But we are so excited to be working with you and shepherding this work in the next phase and next generation. So Rhonda and Howard, this is your day. Welcome to the RWJF family, and let's have fun. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. If you thought this was going to be a quiet affair, I hope you realize now something different. When we think about the lives of boys and young men of color, it has to get emotional. And so today, I'm hoping that you will understand if emotion is not your thing, that you will make room for it, at least for 6 or 7 hours. I am so delighted, and thank you, Maisha, for that sharing of a story. And I think Maisha is understated in the way in which she went about describing those years. She has been the person, the backbone behind this idea, fighting for it in so many ways that her quiet way about doesn't give you the same sense of how powerful she is when she's in meetings and when she is persuading people to see a vision that for some people is too hard to see. So I want to give her another round of applause for being the strength behind this vision that you see. So as part of Forward Promise and the years that she has led this, what does it mean? What are we trying to do? We are grateful for the relationship we have with the Robert Johnson Foundation. And as a national program office, we are going to continue that work by focusing on what are the health issues for boys and young men of color. But we're taking it in another direction to add to that work that's been done. We're focusing on trauma and healing. And healing is a very powerful word. It's not a word that you find that many people in professions that many of us represent use a lot of the time. I'm so grateful for the opening, for the inviting of our cultural ancestors and our resources. But that's a statement as sort of the direction that we want to go. We think about what does it take to raise a village? If it takes a village to raise a child, what does it take to raise a healthy village? That's the sort of guiding theme of our work and of our interests. We're thinking about trauma and healing are very different roads. There's trauma that's going on in our communities with respect to violence, and young people have to navigate that. But we're also interested not only in trauma that's occurring today, but trauma that has occurred in the past. How is it that trauma that has gone on for centuries, that's historical, that's colonial, that's oppression in many ways that we defined, it still impact our young people today? So we're interested in funding organizations that have a leg up in understanding how yesterday relates to today. We're also interested in understanding not only what the boys and young men of color go through, but also the relationships they're tied to. What is it their families also endure watching them navigate a world that sometimes doesn't appreciate who they are? We're interested in how those relationships can be improved, including those service providers. The quality of those relationships are very important. When we think of village raising, what do we think that means? Well, village raising is really for us the ability to create an ecosystem of relationships that we can see, that we can feel, that we can touch, that we can replicate, that we can evaluate, that include 4 very important promises. One is affection. The ability to know and feel that someone cares about you and loves you. We're going to be looking for that. Another promise, correction. That ability to hold accountable in relationship, not only your behavior, not singly your behavior, but your behavior as it reflects on us. It's our relationship that matters, not that you follow a rule or you've broken a rule. It's the relationship between us that's broken that we're more concerned about. And it's our job to correct, to hold you accountable to that moment. And then protection. To what degree can our young people find shelter that they can count on every day to not fight the battles they have to deal with alone? And finally, connection, which is about mobility. To what degree is it our job as a community, as a set of committed relationships, a village, to help you move beyond where we are now to other places in our world to thrive? So when we think of a village, we think of a community, an ecosystem of relationships that can support young men and boys and the families and the relationships they're tied to heal, to grow, and to thrive. And so that's why we think of our past as well as our present. We think of roots, we think of trees, we think of sky. We think of stories that boys and young men and their families can talk about. So our job for the next several years is to focus on grant making, technical assistance, field building, and supporting the changing and countering of narratives that see boys and young people as if they do not count, as if they do not matter, and it should get emotional. But we do have some people to thank, and it is my honor to introduce another visionary person who, without her vision, none of this would be possible. And that's Dr. Risa Lavisa-Mourey. Dr. Lavisa-Mourey, and I'll read her bio and then I'll tell a quick story about her as well. Dr. Lavisa-Mourey was the former president and CEO of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, a position she's held since 2003. With more than 30 years of personal experience as a medical practitioner, policymaker, professor, and nonprofit executive, Lavisa-Mourey combines the scientific and ethical values she's learned as a doctor with an enduring conviction that meaningful philanthropy must achieve lasting social change. Under her leadership, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation has researched, evaluated, and implemented transformative programs tackling the nation's most pressing health issues with the goal of building a national culture of health. Some of you may have read recently that she wrote a wonderful essay entitled "The 7 Lessons I've Learned About Improving Health in America." Real briefly, those lessons include: health is everything, think big and commit, innovation requires risk, collaborate and co-create, pursue unlikely partnerships, tell their stories, and empower thinkers and doers. Dr. Lavisa-Mourey is going to be coming back to Penn as the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Population Health and Health Equity Professor with joint faculty appointments in the Department of Medical Ethics and Health Policy in the Perelman School of Medicine and the Department of Healthcare Management in the Wharton School. And she'll also have a faculty appointment in the Department of Family and Community Health in the School of Nursing. So that's her bio. The quick story is I knew Dr. Lavisa-Mourey when she was a professor at Penn many years ago when I was first starting out untenured and was trying to make a decision on whether to become the faculty master at Du Bois College House. Usually take on a role before you get tenure is a sure sign that you will never get tenure. And so when I asked her advice, she gave me sort of sage advice. Some of it I can't always remember. I do remember her saying, get out or run now. But as one of the first faculty masters at Du Bois College House, she gave us a model about how to blend both the sense of practical, what do you say to folks when they're in trouble, when they need some help, and also the theoretical and the sort of systemic, how do you make a difference when you're at a higher place, not necessarily face-to-face. So I'm so glad and delighted to introduce to all of you Dr. Lavisa-Mourey.
Got to lower this. Thank you, Howard.
You're welcome.
And thank you to all of you for being here and for your commitment to Forward Promise. Now, Howard has already stolen my thunder in acknowledging that we go way back to a time when we were both young professors, and Howard was trying to make the decision to come to Du Bois College House, which, as many of you know, is a college house that is devoted to African American history and culture. And it was at that time that my family had moved to the college house, in part because it was a difficult time on campus and around the country in terms of how people were getting along or not getting along. And my own young man of color was my son, was just in kindergarten. And what I learned about Howard at that time was what you're all are going to learn over the next few years. And it was how he was able to make the college house a place where people of color could come and have their pain validated, but also their ambitions validated and their dreams emboldened, and understand that they could be fortified against that world that seems like it has been designed to help them fail, not succeed. Now, when we got to Du Bois College House, my family and me, my son Max was just a kindergarten, and he didn't realize all of these things were going on. But what he did realize was that when he got on campus, living at Du Bois College House, all of a sudden he had a couple of hundred big brothers and sisters who were there creating that village for him. And he loved it, even though they were telling him what to do and eat your vegetables. You know, he wouldn't do it for me, but he would do it for the brothers. Believe me, he would do it for the brothers. So I got an early view of Howard and his commitment to creating opportunities for change, and his drive to create a different kind of future, one that supports young men of color and creates systems that make their power a norm, not an outlier. Now, the need for this is urgent now, just as it was urgent then. And that's why the launch of this program is so critical in our nation's history right now. Now, I want you just to reflect for a moment on where we are, because we're here at the National Constitution Center for a reason. This is actually the home of 12 of the surviving copies of the Bill of Rights. Now, the Bill of Rights is a document that when it was created, it did not acknowledge the rights of the people that we are here to try to create a better future and more promise for. And sometimes you just have to sit and think about that dichotomy. The other thing about having this launch here is that we're in Philadelphia. And Philadelphia is now my home. It's a city I've come to love. And when I go for my walks in the morning, just a few blocks from here, I walk to Washington Square and see places where slaves were buried en masse. I walk a little further down towards the river, and you can see a cafe where literally people were sold like cattle. And then you can stroll back along Market Street and see where the first copy of the Declaration of Independence was posted. So when we think about Philadelphia, it's very clear that the struggles of race and class and liberty are around us, and they're part of our history, just as they are around us and part of our history throughout the country. Now think about this neighborhood. This is a neighborhood I live in, zip code 19106. In this neighborhood, the life expectancy is 88 years. But if you walk just a couple of miles in any direction, you get a very, very different picture. Let's say you decide to walk over the Ben Franklin Bridge, 1.7 miles to Camden. Or you decide to walk along the Schuylkill River southwest. The life expectancy is 10 years less. If you get on SEPTA and go up north to Lehigh Avenue, the life expectancy is 66 years. Think about that. That's 20 plus years difference. Think about those 20 years of careers that could be built, 20 years of connections that could be had, 20 years of family gatherings, of hugs and love. So when you think about a city that has this kind of steep disparity and yet is steeped in the notion of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you realize that we have a problem. But we also have a mandate. And that is the mandate that all of you are here to address, that compels us to build a different history, a history that offers our young men opportunity, whether they live in urban, rural, border, tribal, whatever setting they live in. They need a chance to do what they deserve to have, to grow up healthy, to have opportunity, to be able to be good contributors to their families, to their communities, to their society. This is what we're trying to do, is to shape a generation that has those opportunities. Now, I know all of you are here because you share that commitment to creating that future, and that you've been at it for a very, very long time. So it's particularly poignant for me that this is launching as I'm stepping up. People used to say stepping down or stepping aside. I'm stepping up to my next chapter back at Penn. And as I do that, I will be watching how Forward Promise evolves, and also feeling a deep debt of gratitude to Maisha Simmons, because it has been her vision, her tenacity, her willingness to do whatever it took to get it done that has created this program and literally has created these opportunities. So Maisha, thank you. And as I said before, this is your baby. We want you to raise it right. So. Now, when I just have to come to closure on this story, my son Max, my little boy, now has a boy of his own. And my hope is that when his son starts asking the kinds of questions that all young boys of color start to ask, he'll be able to point to what Forward Promise has offered as a way of giving new opportunity, new dreams, to not only people here in Philadelphia, but also boys all around the country. As a grandmother, as a mother, I can't think of any better gift that we could give. So you have my deep gratitude for all that you are doing, will do. We're holding you accountable. And we just are very grateful for you to be a part of this. Thank you, and thank you, Howard, so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lovizo More, for your kind comments. And it's really an honor for us to be now championing this work that began so stealthily under your leadership. The authentic voices of boys and young men of color are critical to the work that we do in this space. Without them, we know that the ideas and the activities and the actions that we take will be less impactful. So we can't start this work and move this work without having them present and vocal at every single step along the way. And so today we've really tried to make that happen in various ways throughout our agenda. In communities of color, the arts are also used in many ways as expressions of hope, expressions of love, resilience, action, and of healing. And so in our Forward Promise work, as we advance this concept of healing, growing, and thriving, we recognize the importance of the arts, storytelling, music, poetry, dance, visual arts, as vehicles of healing, both for young men themselves and for society in general. And so we've partnered with Michael O'Brien, who's a valiant champion here in Philadelphia on issues of trauma and healing, and is the senior manager of youth programs at the Village of Arts and Humanities, to help us to engage young men here in Philadelphia today to provide artistic performances that will help us to ground our work and to focus us more clearly on the actions that are at hand. So coming to the stage right now is Eli Capella. For our live stream audience, we ask you to shout him out on social media using Heal, Grow, Thrive, and Forward Promise, and then here in the room, show him some love. Thank you.
Okay, so this is on. Thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity. And I really want to thank God for bestowing this talent upon me so that I could be able to do events like this filled with genuine, beautiful souls. And what I'm going to do is rap with no beat, if that's cool with y'all. So, like, if y'all was expecting a vibe and all that, I apologize, you feel me? All right. I'm from the ghetto skyscrapers, pissy elevators with youngins is always waiting for they pop to come back. And while they mom on stamps, youngins steady living foul, growing up as a child, so they flipping them packs. And they ain't no acrobats, but they learn to keep it flexible in the wrist so they don't risk creating further residue. In the pot they carry Glocks for those who acting skeptical. In the school of hard knocks with Satan always testing you. There I was studying the life of the crooks, where they getting sentences, but they can't read a book. Either Glock 9s or rifles. These streets is trifle. You either flip a brick or you empty in the clip, take your pick, or maybe you can end up just like me, a younger growing up fast in his old white tee, and never being what the system predicted. Knowledge and faith be the only recipe when you making a difference. So yeah, that's the first one. Thank you. And the second one, I'm gonna do a little poetry. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna read it off my phone. You know. I woke up jobless with lint-filled pockets. It's barely anything to wear inside my closet. I enter the kitchen to empty cereal boxes. How can I replenish it with nothing in my wallet? It's mad crucial when oodles and noodles what you used to. Life is crazy and lately I ain't been feeling useful. Stressing early and my late phone bill due too. I'm about to lose it, so I found my speaker with the Bluetooth. Editing resumes, filling out these applications. Interviews lead to promises and handshaking. Certain people are non-confrontational, so instead of negating you, they'll leave you at your house waiting for a call that is never gonna arrive. While it's real in the field, I got grounds on the side, but I'm tired of just trying to get by. Me and my fam in the same boat, just trying to stay afloat, so I'm creating flows, building up my wave, praying to God, hoping for better days. My future gonna stay bright, although they throwing shade, cause even in dark skies, the sunrise in due time. My name is Eli Capella. Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Assalamu alaikum. All right, come on, right? Everybody wake up. My name is Dwayne Proctor. I'm Senior Advisor to the President of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. I also direct the Achieving Health Equity portfolio. I'm so proud to work at that great American institution that allows for us to take ideas and make them real and benefit those who we know needs benefiting. So I'm very happy to be a part of it. This is interesting for me because I know that the focus of our work of this work here is to heal from trauma, heal, grow, and thrive. Use that hashtag, heal, grow, and thrive. And I think part of healing is admitting things that you've never really admit before and that you know for yourself, that you think others should know, so that when they do encounter you, that they know that you're on a healing journey and a healing process. So I was raised in Washington, D.C. in the 1960s. I watched my city burn outside of my bedroom window when I was 5 years old after Dr. King was assassinated. I was kidnapped when I was about 5 months old and returned to my family shortly thereafter. I have lived in foster care for about 3 years. I lived in a foster care household for 3 years or so. But my grandmother, Gladys Jameson, she was always really good about the little lessons. She raised all of us. Whenever my parents were at work, me, my cousins, everyone at her house. She was the one who watched over us. I did not say she babysat us. She was the one who watched over us and made certain that we were all safe and that we learned about love for one another. But she also told me to mind my elders. She said, mind your elders. You can learn so much if you take that moment to mind your elders. And that one simple lesson has been so important to me because it's usually an elder that puts me on the right track and puts me in the right position because I'm open to that. and I take that time to listen from there. My other grandmother, Meta Josephine Williams, it's actually, her name was spelled Media, but she was called Meta, okay? So Meta would take me into the woods, and she would show me how, which roots were good for healing. Which roots could we pull out? Sassafras roots, birch roots, things like that. Which plants caused you harm and that you should stay away from? Which snakes were okay to be around and which snakes were dangerous to be in the woods in the Blue Ridge Mountains of West Virginia where she lived? She also was big on making certain that you minded your manners around your elders as well. She'd say if you would just be quiet, you could listen and you could hear and you could go further. So I went to college. I was a college dropout after the second year, lost my Pell Grants completely. And when you come from a poor family and you lose your Pell Grants, you're done. You're out of school. But I happened to meet a man who said, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to take you around the world with me a few times. And you're going to learn, and you're going to work, and you're going to grow. And I said, okay. I went along with that job. And then one day he said, okay, I think it's time for you to go back to college. I listened to him. I went back to school, and I'm here with you today. And the last elder that I'm going to bring up, he was a drummer, and this is for the wisdom that we opened the ceremony, was a gentleman by the name of Babatunde Olatunji, a great Nigerian drummer who I had the pleasure of working with for a long time, several years, learning from him. And in one particular drum session, Olatunji told us, he said, listen, when you all approach your djembe, you need to do so like snails. And there's a picture in my office of his hands holding a sculpture of a snail. And he said, approach it like snails. And we said, okay, Baba, we're ready to go. Let's go. He counted off the beat, and we started playing very quietly, very quietly, very quietly, very quietly. And he said, what are you doing? I said, we're playing like snails. Snails don't make noise. They're very quiet. And he said, no. Do it again. Okay, ready? Everybody, 1, 2, 3. Counted it off, right? And we started playing, we started playing loud but slow. And he said, what are you doing? I said, we're playing like snails. And he said, no. Snails are the most incredible animal that God's ever created. They have no arms. They have no legs. They accomplish more in the course of a day than any other sentient being on this planet. When I say play like a snail, be intentional, be direct, be focused, get the job done. So just recounting those 4 or 5 elders and just what simple words have done for me in my life and bring me forward it gives me a great honor to introduce the elders for this dialogue that we have today. And so if the elders would like to join us on stage with Dr. Stevenson, I will read through their bios, and I'm reading through them purposefully because I think they're beautiful. Isaac Alvarez Cardenas is a member of the Tap Pilam Kwawiltecan Nation. Native American Indian, son of an Apache Comanche mother, Aurora, and a Kwawiltecan father, Dan. Raised in the inner city, west side of San Antonio, Texas, Mr. Cardenas is married to his high school sweetheart, Sylvia Ann, and they've been married for 40 years. He's the father of 2 young adult sons, Michael Isaac Whitecliff and Jason Adam Blackcliff, and wife Marissa Cardenas. Grandfather to Nico and Kylie. Isaac is currently working as Director of Programs for the American Indians in Texas at the Spanish Colonial Missions Rites of Passage Program. He was also involved in the conceptualizing of the Avances Fatherhood Project in 1988. Mr. Cardenas is a graduate with a Master's of Science in Psychology Counseling at Our Lady of the Lake University in San Antonio, Texas. Isaac is also a mental health counselor for AIT-SCM's Healing the Wounded Spirit, working with children, Native youth, veterans, and their families at mental health clinics locally, statewide, and nationally. Mr. Cardenas works and designs culturally competent and culturally inclusive Native programs for Native American Indians. He is the traditional Native American Indian practitioner, prayer, and spiritual leader for the Tap Pilam I got to go up to the phonetic spelling, Kwawiltecan Nation. He is an artist in many medias, musician, playwright, actor, and producer of various public programs and entertainment. It should be noted that Mr. Cardenas and his family have chosen to reside in the inner city, working with high-risk minority males, females, youth, veterans, and their families for over 20 years. The purpose is to strengthen the family and community by providing information, education, and art for cultural, spiritual support, mental wellness, parenting, social and emotional enlightenment. Please, let's welcome Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Jerry Teo comes from a family of Mexican Texas roots and was raised in South Central Los Angeles area. He is an internationally recognized expert in the areas of men and boys of color, fatherhood, family strengthening, racial justice, racial healing, community peace and mobilization, and culturally based violence prevention intervention issues. Over the last 30 or 40 years, Mr. Teo has dedicated his efforts to La Cultura Cura, or transformational healing from the effects of internalized oppression. He has worked in the areas of preventing and healing the pain of relationship, community violence, teen pregnancy, fatherlessness, and racial justice by speaking to over 500,000 people and training thousands of facilitators across the nation to address these issues. He is the co-founder and director of training and capacity building for the National Compadres Network. Mr. Teo has motivated, trained, and mentored thousands of individuals, organizations, and community groups in the various curricula that he has authored addressing the issues of fatherhood, male rites of passage, relationship and gang violence prevention, racial justice, teen fatherhood, pregnancy prevention, family strengthening, fatherhood literacy, and community peace. He served as a principal consultant for the Scholastic Books on international bilingual literacy curricula focused at reaching low-income families. He is the author of A Father's Love, a series of children's books, co-editor of Family Violence and Men of Color, a series of motivational CDs, and co-author of the recently released Lifting Latinos Up from Trauma-Informed to Healing-Informed. He has appeared in Time, Newsweek, Latina, and Lowrider magazines, and has received many major awards, including in 2016, Maria Shriver's Annual Advocate for Change Award, in 2015, the White House Champions of Change Award, in 2012, the Presidential Crime Victim Service Award presented by President Bill Clinton and Attorney General Janet Reno, 2 California Governor's Awards, and the Ambassador of Peace Award presented by Rotary International. I'm wrapping up. But isn't this good to hear? Right on. As part of his continued work on peace, healing, and violence prevention, he is presently working in numerous communities integrating a trauma, healing-informed approach to violence prevention and culturally based community healing. Finally, in collaboration with the American GI Forum, Mr. Teo was part of an effort of directing domestic violence awareness, healing presentations, and support services to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Persian Gulf veterans and their spouses. Presently, he directs the Sacred Circles Center in Whittier, California, and is a member of the Sacred Circles Performance Group, a group dedicated to community peace and healing. He is the proud father of 3 children, Marcos, Renee, Emilio, and a grandfather of Amara and Naya. Thank you for being here with us today. Please welcome.
All right. Everybody hear us? Good.
Yeah.
Well, I am so delighted both of you are here. Part of this moment for talking about elders. I appreciate how you started us. And I appreciated you inviting my father in. Some people know that he passed away a month and a half ago. And as I think about the work that we're doing now, I'm reminded of not only the work that you all do, but some of the artists who we're going to hear about today, and why we want to showcase them, and why we want to showcase storytelling, is that our past matters to what's going on today.
Yeah.
And in my father's funeral, there was a way in which we celebrated his life in the way that he wanted. He was a very celebratory, dancing kind of man. He wanted to go out with a sense of happiness. And even though we had joy, we had sadness, there was a way in which we felt like we celebrated his life the way he wanted us to. But the week before, a day after he passed, my brother and sister and I came together with our family. And we decided to meet at my sister's music studio. She has 100 instruments in the studio, and my nieces and my nephews, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren, picked up an instrument. And for the first half an hour, we were talking, telling stories, but without any structure, without any particular direction. Everybody picked an instrument up and started playing, and it created a sound that was very spiritual. It was very healing in a way that we couldn't have planned. But my son, who's in the audience, my oldest son, and I were talking about how that
moment is hard to capture, it's hard to define. And we live in an evidence-based world, in a scientific world that might not understand this notion of spiritual healing. Could you describe or talk about, from your perspectives, why is that important?
Well, I think it's important, like the way we even started, inviting our ancestor, inviting your father to be here. You know, my people believe that, you know, what we call death is really a transition into the spirit world. So like all these empty seats that are here, that represent those that they're here. And it keeps your father alive. And what you all were doing, we do that. We sing those songs so they can be greeted by the friends and relatives. And I think that's something that we forget. You know, in this day and age, I call it the termite people. We're in the city and we forget, you know, that it's in our DNA, so to speak, and it's so important to remember the spirit and invoke your father. You know, I have relatives that I invoke. I tell them, you know, help me right now, and that's what they can do in the spirit world. They can do those things. I myself am looking forward to that transition because it takes us to the spirit world where all our ancestors are waiting for us. You know, so even when we have a feast or something, we'll take a corn shuck and we'll put it in the water, and then we'll put whatever we're eating, you know, and we take it. Usually we have a fire and we put it in the fire because we believe that first man and first woman in the spirit world will take that offering and feed all our relatives a big feast. So that connection is important, which starts right here in our belly button, that connects us, like we're honoring the woman. My brother Jerry was saying about the woman cultivates people on this world. So just like that cornstalk feeds the whole world, so does a woman cultivates people. And in that spirit is so important in our daily lives, and we need to remind ourselves, hey, I haven't done my invocation, I haven't sang my song, I haven't made my music. I need to do that.
First of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here, and thank you all relatives out there for showing up, you know. Because what we recognize, you know, and what I recognize, you know, I joke that, you know, I have this background of relatives, you know, native relatives that come from Mexico, from Aguascalientes, Chihuahua, Covitecan as well. But I grew up in Compton, and you know, and there was sacredness in Compton. There was sacredness, and the grandmothers were there, the grandfathers were there, and the homies were there, the winos on the corner. There was sacredness there, you know. And what I didn't realize at the time, when my grandmother was walking me to the store, and I used to hate it. Took about an hour to go 2 blocks, you know, because my grandmother talked and greeted everybody on the block, you know. And what I didn't realize is that action of acknowledgement, of I see you, you know, I acknowledge you, I bless you, I will pray for you. That is in our language, or Nahuatl language, is a word called Encloque Nahuaque, interconnected sacredness. So the sense of you being one, or you being interconnected with who you were meant to be here, means that you have to acknowledge and intentionally, you know, be connected to those that have come before. But it also gives you that sense of that you have to be responsible for those that come forward, for what you do forward like that. And so the sense of healing is about that connectedness. Trauma is disconnectedness. And so in this world, we're teaching young men, you don't have to be connected. As long as you have an education, get your degree, you know, got your car, that's all you know. And they don't even greet. We forgot to teach the significance of greeting, of acknowledging that way. And if you've grown up, you know, I mean, I realize, you know, I mean, even when I was being introduced, you know, I wanted to tell, no, just you know, don't do that. You know, because it's hard for me, you know, when you're not used to getting acknowledged, you know, that residual pain, you know, of reminding, because what we learned, you know,
learned in community is don't stick out either. Because you stick out, they're going to put you down. They're going to take you out. You know, the smartest one is the one that society wants to take out. Don't say that I'm smart. Don't say that I can do this stuff, because they will focus on us, right? And so many of our youngsters don't want to act smart, don't want to be smart, because someplace in their spirit they know I'm going to be targeted. After a while, that disconnection from the wisdom of their ancestors will then make them believe that they're not smart, that they don't have knowledge, that they don't have wisdom. The sense of recognizing that, and all of us have been through this, you read my bio, but I walk in places today, I get invited to these, White House steering committees on this stuff, right? And I dress like this. I don't dress in a suit and tie. I don't do, I refuse to do that. I dress the way I feel comfortable in my tradition. And I walk in those rooms, and when I walk in the room, I can tell that they don't want me there. And I have to sometimes pray real hard, because I get pissed. I say, I'm out of here. I don't need this stuff. I've been doing this for I don't need this stuff. Mm-hmm. But I got to reach to my ancestor spirit. I got to pray to my mom, to my grandma, to my grandfather, and say, no, help me. Help me. If not, I'm going to kick somebody's ass. Help me that I don't, act a fool, and help me reach into my authentic self, because if not, my wounded self will come out. Right? And what many of our young people know, and I say young people, but let me start by saying many of us don't know. We wanted to guide these young people when many of us men are wounded. So if we're going to reach that next generation, then I will call to all the men in this room to step up and to reach in real deeply to that sacredness of who you are and that nobleness. We have to step first before we can expect that next generation. That's what healing is about, us being willing to do that first. Mm-hmm.
And you're speaking as us as elders, us as people.
Well, let me just make this say, I always say there's elders and there's olders,
Yeah.
Just because you're old don't mean, because the older people just act like a fool still, right? They're old, but they're still acting like they're 8 or 9 or right. Still about, So
wisdom and age do not necessarily.
No.
Yeah, I get it.
They can, but.
Yes.
Because there's some elders that are like children.
Yes.
Oh. The grandchildren, they'll say some things and and they're teaching us, because they just came from that spirit world and they have that.
Yeah. There are different communities, different stories, different histories. How do you make sense of trauma coming from, in a world that wants to make everything universal? Universal intervention works for everybody. But our histories are different, our stories, our struggles. And just being multicultural isn't quite adequate enough. What do you think about, how do you navigate trauma looking different in different communities, or stories looking different? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, I get the same reaction that the way that I look, traveling, I didn't know I was poor until I went to college. I saw that my area where I lived, they said, this is the most impoverished, crime, and I didn't know that I was poor. As he got older, everybody got a pork chop except my pop. And that told me that it wasn't that we didn't have food, it seemed like there was never enough. And that's why I struggle with this weight problem, trying to take care of my weight, take care of myself. But in the community, even though there are differences, there are some similarities. And I had my Uncle Jimmy from Taos Pueblo. He was my sage, he was my elder, my teacher. And I would tell him, doesn't it make you angry, Uncle? Doesn't it make you angry what they did to us? They took our land, they took our language. And I'd go on, and he'd look at me and he'd say, nephew, all those ones you're talking about, they're dead. And all their great-grandchildren, they all want to be like us now. And we were coming from church, and we're going to Smith's in Taos, and we're waiting in there, and we dress up. This is our Sunday best. This is my Sunday best, and we're sitting in the car, and these two, I'll say non-Indians, were coming in the parking lot, and they looked like they were dressed from the 70s. They were coming from Carson Forest. They had a big get-together, and they were walking, and they had dreadlocks, and they were coming up to the ATM, and they put the card in there, and all this money comes out. And he goes, "You see, nephew, those people over there, us, we wanna look rich. That's why we dress good. But those people, they wanna look poor, but they're rich." So having an elder like that, and you would think about that, and I think about that, that trauma of even being poor, not having enough to eat. My mom could make, weenies. I mean, we had weenies and gravy, weenies and potatoes, weenies and eggs. I didn't know what a hot dog was until I went to a baseball game.
Wow, weenies, yeah. I liked weenies. Anyway, one of the things that we began to understand is that I began to understand, because growing up and seeing different experiences, we recognize that everyone's journey is different, And I think that what we recognize too is that even though, and that's why when we pray in different directions, we acknowledge the different directions, right? And so the trauma of certain populations, is different. Physiologically, it then translates to, there's a book that says the body keeps a score, right? Into what it does to us differently, but all of us have this trauma. And it's different, but it's connected at the same time. But I just when we begin to recognize that we all have drums, but the drums are a little bit different. The djembe is a little bit different than a conga, than a ceremonial drum, than a hand drum. They're different. And so you respect them a little bit different. You play them a little bit different because those rhythms of each of those drums are connected to an ancestral memory, right? In the same way, our woundedness, right? Our woundedness also is people call it dysfunctional. It's part of when we can heal it, it becomes part of our medicine. So when we honor our ancestors, when I speak, sometimes I cry, and these tears just come out, even though I may have told that story 100 times. And I was at this psychological convention, and after I spoke, I cried, and I had to take a drink of water, and then finished, and the psychologist came up to me after and says, great presentation, but let me recommend a certain therapeutic modality to help you, deal with, because it interrupted your presentation. Maybe you need some additional, and I look, and I looked at him, and his perception is that me crying was dysfunctional, was something that interrupted, and fortunately I have elders that have taught me, and what the elders told me is, first of all, those tears are part of that sacred water, right? And that you must let it flow. And many of us men early on learn to shut down, to shut in, to close down. And so the very physiological process that would keep us healthy now is stunting us, is not allowing us to connect, not allowing us to feel, not allowing us to be present. And we find in many relationships, men have difficulty being present. The legs always shaking and always thinking about something else. I mean, all these things that systematically have affected us. But the other thing that the elder told me is, son, keep crying. Those are not your tears. Those are your grandmother's tears, your grandfather's, your great ancestors' tears that never got a chance to heal. And now the research is showing something that we knew intuitively, that the wounds of our ancestors we carry with us, right? We carry with us, and we can think about that in a very painful, in terms of the legacy. But if we think about it, and I sometimes look at these young men and say, son, do you realize that you, young man, can heal generations of pain? You have the power. You have the psychic ability. You have the spiritual legacy. Sing that song. Allow those tears to go. Dance those movements. But do it intentionally in honor of those before you and with a commitment to carry that forward. And many of these things that we get diagnosed for, because black and brown boys get diagnosed at a higher rate, get medicated at a higher rate, get all kinds of things that we even in terms of our trauma-informed care, when we send them to the regular system, now we've colonized them again. So even in the way that we handle this and look at this in terms of healing, we must really recognize and the systemic barriers, the systemic colonization, the systemic oppression that still exists, so that whatever we do going forward, we are really honoring those ways. We know how to heal ourselves. We just need to be given a space and a place and the way and the funding to do it the way we need to do it, right? And because if not, even people of color will replicate it in a Western way. Because that's what they're being required to do, and because they're trying to do something, well, okay, I'll do it, and I'll try and build an evidence-based practice, and I'll, build these parameters and all of that. But if they're just allowed to, and many of us, there are people in this room, you'll see some people on the panel, and people that we have worked with that have now been able to do this in a spiritually, culturally based way.
So, having said that, we have ourselves boys and young men. We brought into this world. I have two sons, 26-year-old out in the audience, which I'm proud of, and a 12-year-old. And I tell people I'm not going to tell how that happened at all. But we are, as parents, as families, we have to teach them about the system. And Risa was talking about her son. And it's scary to think that we can nurture them in a way, but systems still, when they walk into spaces, are afraid of them. And they hurt them out of that fear. And that's a health issue. That is a physical health issue, and it's an emotional health issue. What do we need to be saying to systems, philanthropic or otherwise, about that kind of blindness? Because they don't necessarily see my 12-year-old as a child. What do you think we can do about that?
Well, I think in this human story that we're talking about, they have to see us that way as human beings, other than, races and at one time we were all one human being, and then what we believe the four races, the red nation, white nation, black nation, and yellow nation, that have come together. Now it's gone all the way around where you can't help who you fall in love with. Because you have all these different cultures that are blending. And for them to see that, we need that support. And for our youth, I have two sons also. And I tell them, who's going to pick up where I've left off? And they say, well, that's a lot of responsibility, Dad. That's that's scary. I'm not worthy. And then I look to them, so am I worthy? And I think that we occupy a space that we often forget. I mean, the doctor was talking about Philadelphia. Well, lots of African slaves came here. But when they would run away, where would they run away to? The wilderness, what they knew. And who was in the wilderness? My people. And there's a lot to be said about the red black man and the red black woman, you know. And I think that we have been experiencing this oppression that Jerry and you're referring to for centuries now. And I think that we as academics, we have arrived, and we need to use that power, because it is power, into integrating these institutions and philanthropies to say, like Jerry says, we need money to do this. Like what we're doing here, we need, because this forum is going to take these stories out to their circles. And hopefully we unite in this big medicine circle we're trying to create, which is about health. There's medicine in that. There's medicine in what we did this morning. I mean, this beginning. So we need to continue that medicine to help our next 7 generations that are coming.
No, I think, adding to that, I think that we need to be social advocates. We need to advocate. We need to advocate for systems change. We need racial equity. The systems were made, and the policies and the procedures and even the theoretical formulations were made for one people in mind. And so they are succeeding if that's the intention. But we now demographically are growing. Largest number of children, ages 0 through 5, are children of color. We are growing, right? The thing is that the climate that we're in right now, is such that there's a sense of not just disregard, but a sense of hate that is very real. And you talked about preparing young men. We all have to prepare. For the OGs in the neighborhood said, don't go for the okie doke. Well, we got to be careful of the okie doke right now, because the reality is even some of us people that look like us are getting integrated into a system, right? They're getting indoctrinated into a system. We have systems of education that if you want to be successful in the educational system, you have to assimilate, right? And so we're saying, do well in school, young man, do well, don't get in trouble. But they feel when they're not wanted. They feel when those teachings are don't feel right. They know and when they speak out and speak truth, right? They get expelled, they get suspended. So we have, social advocacy, and we have, the millennials really, we're older. It's hard for us to march and do all that stuff, but we got a lot of young folks that are ready to do it, And what we have to make sure is that even when the young people do it, they don't forget us. Because right now, they sometimes they say, well, you guys, you're old-fashioned, you got these, and maybe they're right. That may be true. Mm-hmm. But the thing is that any social movement that has been significant has had that duality, have had those warriors that were willing to fight and willing to speak truth, but they had those grandmothers and grandfathers that prayed for them. And embraced them, and when they came back, blessed them up and fed them and gave them some counsel, and then they went out again. That duality. This society wants to break us up where we're only youth-oriented everything, and philanthropists will fund youth-oriented things. Where are the elders? Right. Nobody's at. And then there's us old folks that, we want to do things out. We need to be flexible. And so part of the healing is us being open to the movement and the dance. And maybe, I'll tell you a story. I was with, youth last summer, and a group of 100 youth in a camp, and I'm the elder, and Isaac's one of the elders, and I went up there, they were playing some drums, trying to do some movement to get them involved, and I thought I was still 16, and I did a James Brown move, and boom, I tore my Achilles, right? But see, in the neighborhood, you learn not to fall, so I kind of cruised off, but then I had to go get a cast on and all of that. But see, even that was a teaching. First of all, I'm not 16 no more, but the other thing is that my elder and the medicine people say you don't need surgery. Just put it in a cast and have the wounded ends face each other. As long as the wounded parts face each other, this is the teaching. As long as we face our wounds, they will heal by themselves. And I say that. I say that to say that we as a people, we have people of color have to face each other. We're doing work across cultures because right now, You know, there's a lot, even tensions across culturally. We need to face that. We need to come together in our own healing circles, right? But then I went to my chiropractor because I was walking funny, right? And the chiropractor said, oh, it wasn't your ankle. It was your core that was weak. If your core is strong, then it doesn't put pressures on your knees, on your ankles. See, our core needs to be strong. Our values, who we are, our heritage, our traditions, our ceremonies need to be strong. When our core is strong, then we can dance, you know, that way. And so I'm not doing Papa got a brand new bag no more, you know.
No. Papa don't take no mess.
That's that right. That's it. There we go.
Taking from that, not only cross-culturally, when we think of Forward Promise, think about boys and young men of color, we're going to be thinking about relationships to those boys and young men of color, sisters, partners,
yes,
families, fictive kin, people who we call family who not really family. How do you, there's an African proverb that goes, a lion's story will never be known as long as a hunter is the one to tell it. And when I met both of you, we felt a connection. We met at a conference.
Yes.
And I met Isaac in Cincinnati, and within a day, you must have told 20 stories. And half of them about your uncle, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. How is storytelling a mechanism for addressing the barriers that we often see in this world about boys as just a masculine reality? Or we can't think across time or across culture, across gender, across other issues. And I've heard you talk about it, but why is storytelling an important process? Because it's just story, right?
It's just story, but there's medicine in the story. And I come from a long line of storytellers on both sides. And in the story, the listener, you know, it's about history. It's about how to be. It's about information in the culture. And having those stories, and when you're away from the storyteller and something happens in life, you can pull that out and say, okay, that's what the story meant. My struggle was when coming from this Native American Indian background and going into academia was a transition. And I felt like this Western methodology that I was learning was going against everything that I was taught, everything about healing that I was taught. It wasn't until I read Carl Jung, and he wrote about our people. He traveled over here, was Freud's apprentice, and there it was. So when I started to practice, when I had a couple there, whether it be a Native American Indian couple or a non-Indian, you know, they would say, well, Isaac, what should I do? Should I leave her? Should I leave him? And we were taught, you know, malfeasance, you know, don't cause any harm. So advice is not what we give. So I told them, well, let me share a story with you. And then I would tell the story, or I'd say, I knew a friend, and that story has the medicine. They'll say, oh, I see what you're trying to tell me. I see what that story means. And in these stories, they're ancient. The story that I just told about first man and first woman is a way of connecting the people that are alive, the survivors, to the people in the spirit world. And the children remind the story, they hear a story as a child, then you hear that same story as a teen, and then you hear that story as an adult or an elder. So that's the medicine, and I think all cultures have this. And some may say, I don't have a, no, you do. You need to think hard. And then learning other cultures' story. We had a ceremony, Jerry was there, we had a purification, a sweat lodge, and we had some African-American brothers there. And this one, as soon as we close the door, it's very dark, it's like a little dome. As soon as we closed, and it was dark, you know, he started having like an anxiety attack. And he says, brother, I apologize, but I need to get out. I said, no, you'll be fine. And as a leader, there's things I can do. So I said, open the door so he can see. But I knew the story of how people were put on those boats chained like cords of wood beside each other for months, coming here to be sold. His ancient DNA, he was remembering the darkness of the belly of that ship. And we carry that. And when I told him that, he understood why he was afraid of this darkness. Why? And he was able, and then when he finally said, okay, brother, you can put it down now. And it gave him something. I don't know what it gave him something that he could hold on and heal that ancient memory, you know, that Haley talked about in his book Roots.
You know, we are a story. Each of us are a story. And every time we are wounded, it interrupts our story. So the ability to be able to tell that story, to embrace that wound, and to massage it is part of the healing process. And I call it story truthing, and not storytelling, because many of us don't want to tell the truth. We're ashamed of what has happened. We're ashamed. We don't understand it, you know. But I think the other part that I want to just touch on is you mentioned all our relations. That, you know, in terms of the women, the children, the elders, everyone in our lives, you know, we're connected to all of that. And one of the things that we as National Compadres Network, we, you know, recognize right away that you know, as men, your first teaching is honoring women. And if you don't get that one, we don't get no lessons. I mean, that's the first lesson, that honorable men honor women, honor children, honor elders, and we honor each other, right? But that first honoring, you know, is that first step. Because in many of our communities, we're killing ourselves. We're hurting ourselves. We can say we're for boys and men of color, but then we're misogynistic and treat women in a very denigrating way. And we can be, you know, men and boys of color, but we're out there drinking and getting high and being unfaithful. I mean, we can say, you know, boys and men of color, and we're not really giving good examples to these children. We can, you know, say more boys and men of color and be involved in that, but we're not honoring the elders. And I'm not talking about the elders that get to sit up here, but I'm talking the elders on the corner and the ones that are the winos, the ones that are homeless on the street, you know, the ones that don't have the ability to speak up here on a podium like that, you know. So I think this is a larger issue, and I think the collectiveness, coming back to that word of Encloque Nawake, you know, we have the privilege, and we've been doing this for a long time, and we have, you know, wonderful people that have taught us. But if we could have the opportunity to sit in circle and to gather. And, you know, a lot of these traditions that we're talking about now, you know, the Western society is now, oh, let's do circle, let's all get in circles now. We're going to do healing. And they then document it. I don't know where that damn voice comes from, but anyway, you know, but they document it and then they put it in a curriculum, and then you have to go through their training to get certified in order to do it, right? And we've been doing it for generations. Well, let's reclaim. Let's recover, you know, let's really solidify that this is our knowledge, this is our medicine, these are our teachings, and let's take responsibility for that next generation.
So that's the part of the story. The story can take you to a dark place, Howard, and the story can take you to a light place. Mm-hmm. So as a storyteller, you know, when we're telling the scary stories, but we have to also bring the happy stories. And the story was a way for my father not to say, we're poor. That's not what, you know, at Thanksgiving, my mom would buy the biggest chicken, and she treated it like a turkey. And she'd stuff it, but as far as we knew, that was a turkey. Yeah. Right? Until I got older and I started watching, you know, television came in, the 60s came into our house, and started watching the Butterball commercials. And I'd see that Butterball turkey like that, you know, and I'd see that little thing on the table. So at 11 years old, 1967, I told my papa, I said, why is the turkey on TV bigger than the turkey that we're eating? So he didn't come up and say, we're poor. He said, oh, you all are babies. And that's a baby turkey. See, he already knew as a storyteller that sometimes, and I hear it, I go to Walmart and Target during Christmas, and you can see the parents, Mommy, can you give me, we ain't got that money. But it's like right there, and that child is shamed, And bringing that dark, we also have to remember the light.
I appreciate you letting me cry with you this morning and sharing a story and giving to our people what we think about what we should be doing for our boys and young men of color. Thank you.
Thank you.
How's everybody doing? I just want to say thank you for having me and my brother. And today we're going to be singing a song that's very important to us, and I'm sure to a lot of you. It's called Glory. And if you know the song, please do sing along if you want. And I hope you enjoy. So, you ready? Sorry, we got to do our own music, so. When the glory comes, it'll be ours, it'll be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure, we will be sure. Oh, glory, yeah. Glory, glory.
Put our hands to the heavens, no man, no weapon formed against. Yes, glory is destined. Every day, women and men become legends. Sins that go against our skins become blessings. The movement is a rhythm to us. Freedom is like religion to us. But justice is juxtaposition in us. Justice for all, just ain't specific enough. One son died, the spirit is revisiting us. True and living in us. Resistance is us. That's why our roses sat on the bus. That's why we walk through Ferguson with our hands up. When it goes down, we woman and man up. They say stay down, then we stand up. Shots we on the ground, the camera panned up. King pointed to the mountaintop and we ran up.
Oh, one day,
yeah.
When the glory comes, it'll be ours.
It's gonna be ours.
It'll be ours.
It's gonna be ours.
Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. Yeah. Glory. Glory. Yeah. Glory. Now the war is not over.
Victory.
Victory isn't won. But we'll fight on to the finish.
To the finish.
And then when it's all done,
we'll
cry glory. Oh, glory, glory. Yeah.
Tell them again, Kim.
We'll cry glory.
Yeah.
Oh, glory, glory. Yeah.
Summer is now. For every man, woman, and child. Even Jesus got his crown in front of a crowd. They march with the torch, we gon' run with it now. Never look back, we done gone hundreds of miles. From dark roads, heroes, to become a hero. Facing a league of justice, his power was the people. Enemies lethal, it became regal. Saw the face of Jim Crow under a bald eagle. But our biggest weapon is to stay peaceful. We sing, our music is the cuts that we bleed through. Somewhere in the dream we had in the pit. Now we right the wrongs in history. No one can win this war individually. It take the wisdom of the elders and young people's energy. Welcome to the story we call victory. The coming of the Lord. My eyes have seen the glory.
One day, when the glory comes, it'll be ours.
It's gonna be ours.
It'll be ours.
It's gonna be ours.
Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure.
We will be sure.
We will be sure.
Yeah, we will be sure.
Oh, glory. Come on, y'all, sing glory. Glory.
Yeah, glory.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a dedication
Glory.
to the elders and to the ones who fought for us to be where we are today. And I thank you for inviting us tonight. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. That was Cam Anthony and Young Uno for blessing us with their gift this afternoon. And the Elders Exchange, I mean, how powerful to listen to their reflections and their gifts. It really reminded me, they made me think a lot about my grandmother who passed a couple of years ago, Esther Nora, and how you could sit at her feet and tell her the worst of yourself. And she had a way of talking and relating to you that helped you to restore your faith in yourself and restore you back to the family, no matter what it is that you had done. And so that is really the role and the spirit and the gift that the elders give to us in this work. We do have a live stream audience today that we want to make sure that we acknowledge. We appreciate you. You're all actively tweeting and sharing your comments with us as you listen. What we want to ask you to do is to reflect on the elder or elders in your life who have been influential and impactful, and shout them out on social media. Talk about your stories, share those stories. We would love to hear them. Use our hashtags, Heal, Grow, Thrive, and Forward Promise. Share with us so that we can assist you in honoring those that have been a treasure and have helped to move you forward in your life. It's my pleasure now to introduce Tremaine Lee, our moderator for today's two panel discussions with field experts. Mr. Lee is a national reporter with MSNBC, focusing on social justice issues and the impact that politics and policy have on everyday people. He began his career reporting on police and crime here in Philadelphia with the Philadelphia Tribune and the Trentonian, and he's also worked for the New York Times and the Huffington Post. Mr. Lee was a part of a Pulitzer Prize-winning team of reporters for his coverage on Hurricane Katrina. In 2006, he was named Emerging Journalist of the Year by the National Association of Black Journalists, and in 2012, won the April Sidney Award from the Sidney Hillman Foundation for his coverage on the Trayvon Martin case. We were so pleased when Tremaine Lee reached out to us to learn more about the Forward Promise work, and then agreed to be here with us today for the launch. So please join me in welcoming Tremaine Lee.
Thank you very much, Howard and the Forward Promise, for inviting me. It's good to be back in Philly. I grew my beard out just to get back in Philly. I've missed Philly very much. You know, my roots, I grew up in South Jersey, right across the bridge, and I got my start here in Philadelphia. The first stories I wrote began here in this city. And very much like today, as back then, I tell stories about the way we live and the way we die. Right? The dying is easy. You know, we keep a tally in Chicago and Philly and Camden and New Orleans and Baltimore and all across the city. But the living with that death is what we're wrestling with. How do we quantify that? How do we qualify that? Are we giving our young people, especially those who are still so vulnerable, the tools to heal, grow, and thrive? Are we protecting them when the systems that they touch grind them up and chip away at their humanity and destroy them? Being in this room with so many brilliant leaders who are focused on trying to make sure that our young people heal, grow, and thrive is an amazing thing, but it's critically important now, not more than ever, because since the day we stepped foot on this country, people of color have been brutalized and beaten and dehumanized, and we're still working through the systems and learning to heal ourselves, right, and heal the systems. So again, this panel will be about research and policy, and we have a select group of folks who are working to bolster the data and research around how to heal the traumatized young, especially our young men and boys of color. So first, we have Hernan Carvente with the Vera Institute. Next, we have Stephen Murphy Shigematsu with Stanford University. Thank you. Next, Mr. James Bell with the W. Hayward Burns Institute. Thank you, sir. Kevin Nadal with the City University of New York. Last but not least, Jason Javier Watson with the University of Pennsylvania Racial Empowerment Collaborative. Thank you all so very much for joining us. As I mentioned, I'm actually excited to sit on this panel with such brilliant minds, and the work that you all do is just phenomenal. But first, before we get started with our conversation, I want it to be a conversation. But I would love for each of you to tell us a little bit about yourself, your work, and how you arrived at the work that you do. Let's start here.
Sure. So it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Hernan. I work at the Vera Institute of Justice. And 3 minutes to tell my story. I came into this work from having been involved in the juvenile justice system myself in New York. I spent 4 years incarcerated while I was there, and came to an entirely different world with an entirely different mindset after 4 years. I got my GED, got my college education while incarcerated, transferred into John Jay College of Criminal Justice, shout out to John Jay, and ultimately had an opportunity to work at Vera as an intern, where I started to think about creative ways to not only utilize my story, but that of my peers and the families that have been impacted by the juvenile justice system. And so a lot of the work over the last 4 years for me has been about how do we creatively think of mechanisms and ways to engage youth and families in research and policy development. And ultimately, most of this work has been from a personal angle by being on advisory boards and committees all around the country, but ultimately also now integrating those practices into the everyday work that we do at the Vera Institute of Justice at the Center on Youth Justice. Excellent, thank you.
じゃあ、僕の場合はちょっと日本語で説明したいと思いますけど、この人みんな分からないと思うんですけれども、やっぱり最初はちょっと驚くためにちょっと分からない言葉でちょっと話したいと思います。That's about it. Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get you in the right frame of mind to describe an experience I had about, which was I was a substitute teacher. I was a substitute teacher in the Cambridge, Massachusetts public school system. I got a phone call in the morning, and I was to go to fourth grade Martin Luther King Jr. School. And I was on the way to the school, and I think, oh, damn, this couldn't be a worse job in the world than a substitute teacher. And I was thinking, what can I possibly do to get their attention? So I got this, what I thought was a pretty brilliant idea. And I walked into the classroom, and I just started speaking in Japanese. こんにちは、私たちShigematsu desuけ、これ勉強しましょうね、皆さん。And the kids started to look at me, and they started to turn to me, at least give me some attention. You know, I was the teacher, right? And then they started to say, Mister, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? I said, what language you speak? And I said, it's Japanese. You don't know Japanese? And they said, no, teach us. And so I ended up teaching Japanese for that day, and it was pretty amazing. Some of the kids just really loved it. You know, they really got into it. And the next day, I happened to be going to that same school, it was a different class, and I saw the homeroom teacher was there. She said, how'd it go yesterday? And I said, it was great. She said, looked really skeptical. I said, "What'd you do?" And I said, I taught him Japanese. He said, "Really?" I said, "What? Anybody like it?" And I said, "Yeah, they all loved it." And who in particular? And I said, "There was this one kid, Jamal. He was all over me all day long. He went, how do you spell? How do you write this? I want my mom's name. How do you say this? How do you go to the bathroom?" He had all kinds of things he was asking me. And she looked at me and said, "Jamal, he just sits in the back of the room, doesn't do anything all day long." I said, "Well, he wasn't like that yesterday." 3 years later, I'm walking to the same part of the city, and I hear this voice, "Hey, mister." And I said, "Oh, man, I'm not going to turn around." And he goes, "Hey, mister." So I said, okay, that was a sweet voice. So I turned around, I see this oily teenager. He says, "Hey, you're the guy that taught us Japanese." And it was just one of those moments, in life when you just, you realized, how much your children are there to teach you, too, right? And I thought, this boy he's here to teach me something, that one day in his life meant so much that he remembered it, And I thought, what happened that day it was just really simple, right? He was not dumb Jamal sitting in the back of the room who never does anything, who has a teacher looking at him like he doesn't know anything. He was just Jamal, right? He had a new beginning, what we call in Zen Buddhism, but he had a beginner's mind, right? He was on the same place as everybody else. He had a new start. He knew as much or as little as anybody, right? And he could have this sense of curiosity, and he didn't feel beaten down by the kinds of ways he'd been treated by teachers in the past. And so to me, that just taught me a great lesson about, the traumas that we take with us, the children take with us, but how can we help them with that trauma too?
So Tremaine, I'll try to do my life story in 3 minutes on how we got here. First, I want to thank you all for coming and participating in what I hope will be, I know with Howard at the lead, will be a really wonderful journey. So I'm James Bell, and I work at the Hayward Burns Institute. I actually founded it in 2003. I was born and raised in America's apartheid and Jim Crow. My father was teaching at HBCUs in South Carolina. He was at Benedict. In Baton Rouge, he was at Southern University. And in Virginia, he was at Norfolk State. And so I grew up in segregation, even though my parents are from the North. And I think children, young people, all of us in this society in America, we learn, even though we can't articulate it, who will suffer abuse and who will be protected from harm. And we know it quickly, and you learn it. And so it's that I think has gotten me in being involved in movement building all my life, personally and professionally. I was a lawyer representing kids in institutions. I did prison litigation for kids, for young people like Hernan when he was in facilities for 25 years. To represent them, to try to get them basic humanity. I did civil rights litigation all over the country. And I happened, while I was doing that, one of the things that I did is whenever I would go on vacation, because when I got a real job, I actually went on a vacation every year, I would go and look at the youth facilities and wherever I went. So the first place I went was Paris. Because everybody, when you're black, everybody goes, "Oh, you got to go to Paris." Okay, right. Okay, so I'll go to Paris. Don't go to London, go to Paris. Okay. So I was like, ooh, I've made it if I'm going to Paris. So, and I just, in those days, there was no cell phones or any of that. So I would just go visit the courts. So I got on the State Department's list that when visitors came to the United States, they would come and see me. All over the world, people want to see America's prisons. I don't care what delegation comes, they want to see a facility because it. So I had a group of Romanians, Eastern Europeans, who were visiting, and we took them because I was suing them at the time, so I had a relationship with them because I was suing them, to the Alameda County Juvenile Hall, Judge Wilmot Sweeney's juvenile court, and we would go to sit in court, and then we would go out to the facility. So we were getting in the van after sitting in court, and the Romanians were getting in the van, and we were about to go out to San Leandro to the juvenile hall. And these people innocently asked me, now that we've seen the black court, can we go see the white court? And many of you that, whenever you get hit that way, immediately you become a patriot for like a millisecond. Go, we don't have those kind of courts over here. What do you, And then you say to yourself, what am I doing? These people were not hating. They were asking a question, and I said, aha, we have become way too used to what we see. And so I then went and started the Burns Institute to work on reducing this American form of apartheid in mass incarceration. And so that's what I've been doing, and been thrilled to do it in California with colleagues like George Galviso you'll be hearing from, Jerry Teo that you've heard from, other people in a multicultural, multilingual, multi-ethnic fight against racial and ethnic disparities in mass incarceration.
So first of all, I want to say thank you so much for having me here. Sometimes I feel really like I'm representing so many different of my identities. I'm Filipino American, the child of immigrants. I'm also an openly queer person, and so a lot of times I feel like that pressure to represent all of us. And as we know that's not necessarily something that's a good thing and isn't necessarily possible, but I do want to share my story and to acknowledge for all the times people like me don't get to be at the table. I am the child of immigrants. My parents came here from the Philippines, grew up in a very rural background. The story is they came with 2 luggages and a suitcase full of dreams. And my parents envisioned just for us to have a better life than they did, which wasn't much because they didn't have running water. So me being here at this table isn't something that was purposeful, wasn't something that was intentional, and every day I feel very lucky to be here. I'm here because people who were mentors lifted me up. They saw things in me that I never thought was possible. I thought when I graduated from high school that was a success, and then I was told to go to college, and so I got into a college, and I thought I would just pass and get through, and I had a Latina professor there who said, "Are you going to graduate school?" And I said, "What's graduate school?" And she says, "You can get a PhD." And I said, "Oh, like a medical doctor?" And she says, "No, a different kind of doctor." So I didn't know what that was. She basically listed out all of the different applications that I would fill out because I had no idea, had no mentors, had nobody who had gone to graduate school in the past. I'm here also because I got tired of not seeing myself in places where I wanted to see people like me. When I went to graduate school, I was oftentimes the only Filipino American, the only person of Southeast Asian descent, the only person who was also a queer person of color. And so I started just doing things because I knew if I didn't do it, that other people wouldn't. And so while I'm so thankful to all of the trailblazers and the ancestors for all they did, I started to feel like, damn, I gotta do this too? Like, I mean, this is 2017. I am still the first of a lot of things. I'm the first male faculty, full professor of color in my department. I'm the first openly queer president of the Asian American Psychological Association. I'm the first executive director of color of our Center for LGBTQ Studies, which is the oldest LGBTQ research university-based center in the world. Why am I still the first? Like, I don't want to be the first. And so I'm here because I need to find a second and a third and a fourth and uplift them. I'm not a millennial. By a few years, but I'm tired too, so I need that next generation, and I want to uplift them in the ways that I've been uplifted.
Thank you, Tremaine. I'm humbled to be here. I'm honored to be here. I'm, amongst these distinguished colleagues, so I'm going to try not to represent white mediocrity up here. It's my main goal. But I work at the Racial Empowerment Collaborative with Dr. Stevenson, and I study mostly teacher professional development and then whiteness, as many people have kind of alluded to, the systems that dehumanize boys and men of color. And I'm mostly interested in, lately, white people's relationship to racial trauma, specifically there's been a lot of sociological writing about cultural trauma in terms of the trauma of the perpetrator. And I think for, forever and still today, whiteness prevents us from taking a look at our role in these traumas, in these historical traumas, and also contemporary traumas. So I came into this work a very inadequate urban teacher. I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska, born and raised, and then overnight, was ushered into Philadelphia as a high school teacher. It was a rough transition. The story I always tell is about my favorite student of all time. His name was Dwayne, and he taught me more about teaching than anybody else. And I thought Dwayne's purpose on this earth was to ruin my life. I thought that he thought about me all day long and thought, how am I going to ruin his day? I thought about Dwayne all the time. I woke up in the morning and was like, oh man, I gotta go in there. And Dwayne caught me in the hallway one day and he said, when you walk through the halls, why do you look so scared? And he just had a smile on his face, and I was like, oh my God, Dwayne, And I had a lot of struggles with Dwayne. I did not adequately teach Dwayne. And I would fill out these pink slips for his behavior, and I would take him down to Miss Rivers, who taught in the school district forever. And at the time in the school district of Philadelphia, a pink slip was an automatic one-day suspension. Of course, as a new teacher, I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know the severity of that. But Miss Rivers did, and she would take the pink slip and she'd put it in her drawer, and she'd say, why don't you think about that and come back tomorrow? And I would go home and I would think I had some role in what was going on. I didn't know what it was, but I would go back in the morning and I would go down to Miss Rivers, my head hung down, and I would just shake my head, and she would take it out and rip it up and throw it in the trash right in front of me. And that was like a ritual we did for like a month, until eventually she got tired of this and said, why don't you go watch Dwayne in Mr. Massey's classroom? And Mr. Massey was a Hall of Fame track coach, had been there for a million years. Some people say since the mid, to early 1900s, although I hope he's not watching, because I don't mean to put him out there like that. And I watched Dwayne in Mr. Massey's English class, and he wrote a beautiful essay. And I couldn't figure it out. The first thought I had was, he's messing with me. He knows I'm watching him in this class, and he's doing this just to torture me, because he knows I can't teach him, right? And that wasn't the case. And I talked to Massey about it, and he just said, I don't have those issues with Dwayne. That's all he would say, and he would just shake his head. And I think now, unfortunately, Dwayne went on to be in the Navy and went to college and, was living a very successful life. But I think knowing what we know now, knowing what I know now about, out-of-school suspensions and how they're disproportionately, they are the #1 contributor to the school prison pipeline, right? And if Dwayne hadn't had those protectors in Vicki Rivers and Robert Massey, what I could have done to him. And so that's not a responsibility I take lightly. I do think, through, training, it won't take as long as it took me to learn how to reach kids like Dwayne. And I heard a scholar recently say, and it was, Jerry kind of touched on it, aren't the Dwaynes the best of us, right? The kids that won't suffer the dehumanization, who won't just take it and who will, fight back. And, again, that's not something I take lightly. But then, I went back to graduate school. I wanted to learn more about these systems and myself, and that's what really led me down this path to trauma and healing, because I came to find out I had a lot of unhealed traumas. And I think the parents in the room, the people that are caretakers in the room know when you have unaddressed trauma, you're going to pass that down or take that out on those closest to you. Sometimes even the ones you love the most. So that's what brought me here.
James, you've been across the country and across the world exploring this idea of justice, right? And I'm sure everywhere you land, there's a history there. In the big universal sense, there's colonialism. It's touched many of us. You go to the United States, we have our own history. You go to France, their own history of justice. But I'd have to imagine to address that issue, you have to get to the root of the trauma. And there's historical trauma. There's compounding trauma over the years. What role do you think that the historical trauma plays in what we're dealing with now in terms of trying to address the current day trauma?
Thank you, Tremaine. I just wrote a publication, and I'm in the process, hopefully, of writing a book. It's hard to write a book and run a nonprofit at the same time. I don't care what your brother did. I went down to Brian. Brian says, I write in the hotel. I'm like, I can't write in the hotel. So we are, as a country and as a people, so ahistorical. We just think that something started, it just started. And so my publication called Repairing the Breach talks about this historical trauma in the breach. And for Native Americans, it started from the very beginning of how they lived lives when the first settlers came to Jamestown. What your idea of family is, that it's not a nuclear family, that it's relatives, right? And the point that I'll raise very quickly that I think is difficult for audiences to hear. America has a very specific form of historical trauma that leads us to our justice sector the way it's practiced today. And let me just tell you what that is. We cannot separate the Puritan form of how God manifests itself and how God gets retribution from how our justice is administered today. We as a country, when you look at the first 1646 law, the Stubborn and Rebellious Children's Act, it's basically Deuteronomy, and you just replace with people. It's Deuteronomy. I mean, literally, it's that biblical. And so today, what I would say, Tremaine, is that we could easily remove people from our society, right? You'll hear Native Americans say, archaeologists never found prison when they go into Native country. They didn't find prison. They found ways to separate those misdeeds from the society. So I'm not saying that people aren't so damaged and traumatized they need to matriculate in society. Often they can't. We need to protect ourselves. But so removal is very easy. We could remove somebody in a very humane way so that I don't get beat up, somebody doesn't get assaulted. Nobody wants to live in a place that's unsafe. But what we do uniquely in America is we don't want to just remove you. We want to make you hurt. We want to punish you. We want to have retribution against you. You can't come up with a penitentiary system unless that's what you want to do. You can remove people humanely from society and heal them. But that's not what we want to do. And that is our historical notion of people that commit crimes are flawed humans and must get right with God. And by getting right with God systemically, that means you need to repent and you need to get a pound of flesh and we need to get you. Now that's not a distortion that's a distortion of the religion in the way it is, but it's so deeply entrenched in our jurisprudential and criminal justice DNA that we are a nation that's addicted to incarceration as a primary instrument of social control. Anything we're afraid of, we make illegal. And you would know this. I was in San Francisco when it was called the gay cancer before it was called AIDS. And what did we do? We criminalized it. What do we do when we give a phone to a teenager that can take a picture of themselves naked? We criminalize it. It's called sexting. Anything we're afraid of, we criminalize. And so it is that trauma that continues to be heaped on each other and ourselves. And so we don't heal. And we know that because our recidivism rates are about 70% for all the mass incarceration that we have. And so until we are willing as a justice sector to embrace healing from the health sector and education from our colleagues in education, we will continue on this wheel that no one likes, but no one seems to be able to break this cycle. And so we have to first talk about well-being. So I'll leave with that and shut up. Well-being is the preferred way to get public safety, not custody, control, and suppression. You cannot arrest your way, you cannot jail your way out of the issues that we heard about this morning and that we are all hearing from our artists and that we know even as privileged professionals, we got cousins, we got ourselves, we all went through it. Nobody here can't cite somebody that pulled them out of a dark moment. We have dark moments, and it is well-being that we need to do. And I'm just hoping that this initiative can begin, it's a message that I've been preaching for 2 years. well-being, intervention, services, and humanity are what gets us public safety. Not more custody, not more control, and not more safety. Thanks, Jermaine. I know I went on too long.
It was good. I didn't want to interrupt you. Jason, given what James just said about this history of trauma and some of the damage that has been done through the systems at play here, and all these systems are either tainted by or are arms of that trauma and that history. You've studied a lot of systemic racism, right, and the stresses related to that. And it's easy for us sometimes to focus on those who have all the bad outcomes without focusing on those who are manipulating the machine. Mm-hmm. You mentioned this idea of the white role in some of these machines and these systems. What role could white people in these white systems that are grinding up people of color, what role could they play?
So I think if you look at the fear, right, racial threat, the fear that comes from racial threat, the hypervigilance, a lot of the symptoms we see, white people, it's been called white fragility or, by different publications, or it's even been called a neurosis. Some people say, it's inspired by the devil. I can't speak to any of those other theories, but I can say for me, it just looks like and feels like a traumatic response, right? So in terms of the role of white people, I think we're all, in a sense, in this together. I'm not saying, whenever I bring up trauma and whiteness, there is always a reaction. And I think because if you put it in a traumatic mindset, it requires compassion and empathy, which is extremely hard, right? It's hard. So, and I understand that. And I think, though, that if we don't create cultures of healing for us as practitioners, all of us, right? It was mentioned earlier, right? We all may have different lenses into this trauma, and we may have different cultural healing models, but the effects of trauma on the body are similar for all of us, right? And if we can just address that trauma, we say at REC, Dr. Stevenson always says, secure your own oxygen mask before helping, the person next to you. And I think we can't hope to help, the children that are in our schools or that interact with our systems if we haven't healed ourselves. And I think it's not that I don't systemic fixes, right? We can build systemic fixes in from a healing perspective, right? But I just think unless those systemic fixes involve healing, it's almost like just changing, switching the wheels of the tire. You have a flat tire, it's like putting it from the front to the back, right? And just changing the order of the tires. So I think that, we all can just face the reality, which I don't think we've ever done, right? I think it's different in different areas where we've seen the type of oppression. Brian Stevenson talks a lot about, if you're in Germany, you can't escape the fact of the Holocaust, right? It's a part of the German identity. Right? If you're in South Africa, you can't escape the legacy of apartheid, right? But if you're in the U.S., we still, pretend like nothing happened in terms of stealing of native lands, slavery. Every, whiteness interacts with every, people in an oppressive way. We just need to come clean and face those. And to be honest, as white people, we can't heal from our wounds until we face that.
Excellent. Thank you. Hernan, you've been through the system, but you've also worked collaboratively with various systems on the city, state, and federal level. Many would say that you can't rebuild Master's house with its own tools, right? That you have to destroy the system and create something new. Do you have faith that the system can change itself or the systems can heal themselves?
That's a very deep question. I think, as someone who was a consumer of services, someone who experienced trauma personally, who went through a system that perpetuated that same trauma and that cultivated from time to time environments of violence, that at some point when I first walked out of the system, I would have said no to that question. I think that I would have said the notion that we can fix a system that ultimately is continuously over the years brought in people and caused more harm to them is impossible. But because of the fact that I believe in the human aspect of this and believe that people who work in these systems have the power and ability to recognize these things, I do see a role for systems in being able to achieve some of the things that have been mentioned right now in terms of creating healthy environments where young people can thrive, where young people can develop some of these healthy sort of ways of dealing with some of the issues. I can reflect back a little bit to something that Jerry said, which was this idea that I've spoken and shared my story in a variety of settings with multiple stakeholders, right? People who run systems, judges who are making decisions, or folks at the federal level who are putting out funds and requests for proposals for things that they support. And all of this is being sought out by system folks, right? And I think as we're thinking about the ways that the system continuously tries to help people, or the mission should have been to help people, it has been used as a mechanism to oppress. And much of the conversations now is we really can't just completely do away with the system, right? We can't leave young people and families out there without supports, without healthy connections, and really some of those key things that we all, I think, know are true to adolescent development and to healthy families. And so there has to be an in-between to that, right? There has to be this need to move away from this prison industrial complex model to now moving to a community-based model where we're really using the theme of a village to keep young people healthy and to keep families together. And so I do feel that we do, at Vera, we've done a lot of that work through research and policy. And my personal lived experience, as someone who works in an organization like Vera, I'm always struggling with this notion that I'm trying to fix conditions of confinement for facilities where I myself spent 4 years of my life in, and where I know that a culture exists. And so, I still connect with staff from these agencies and from the different people that interacted with me as I was in there. And I often ask that question, whether or not they see that there's any potential for change. And there's always this blaming game happening, right? Where people in systems are blaming the young people for the crimes they commit, and then the young people are blaming systems for failing them along the way. And so there's always this failure to acknowledge where the harm was done on both the system side and both the young people, but we can't really expect young people to acknowledge that mistake. I went in for the crime of attempted murder. And so the severity of my crime and the way that the system handled me was very much guided by this notion of punishment and notion that I needed to pay for the harm that was done. But along the way, there were certain people who were very caring, and that's what gives me hope in that systems can play a role in this, because there were people in these settings that believed that I could pursue a higher level education, that believed that I could heal from what I had done and come back and be a leader in this movement. And so I really think that ultimately for folks who are listening to us and people in this room who run systems, there's a key role for leaders in this world, in this juvenile justice world, who ultimately have run systems to stand up and say, we need to take a radical approach that doesn't use it, that recognizes oppression, that recognizes all of the historical trauma that exists, to now bring forth policies and programs that are going to help young people grow.
Thank you. Stephen, you've written a lot and studied this idea of mindfulness and self-awareness. And I wonder, in the mix of the historical trauma, the systemic racism, the tinkering with systems to try to heal themselves, where you see a cultural approach playing a role in that. What role does that mindfulness, awareness, and that cultural approach help in healing some of the trauma that we're seeing here?
Well, maybe following Hernan a little bit, I teach a course at Stanford to undergraduates called Transforming Self and Systems. And so it's everyone brings themselves into that room in a sense of often saying, I teach it in something called the comparative studies of race and ethnicity. So I draw a lot of students who feel that they're marginalized by the system. And they say, we're part of Stanford, we're a student here, but I don't feel like I'm really part of the system. I don't really feel like I'm part of this. And we did it one class, and everybody went around, and I said something similar, and I thought, look at everybody's here saying the same thing. Right? We're here, but we're not really feel like we're accepted here. We don't really feel like we're part of it. And I said, what if we all said, we are Stanford? What if we all said we are part of the system? And isn't that the only way that we're ever going to change the system, is if we don't let other people take control and say they've got the power, they're the system, they're what is Stanford. But if we are all saying that we are Stanford too, well, the demographics are going in our direction now too. And to me, that's the whole way of taking responsibility for changing a system. And as much as, I feel like I'm often a pessimist, and I try to be a hopeful pessimist, because that's the only way I can live out the last years of my life, is by believing that something can change. And the only way I think I can do anything to change it is if I accept responsibility for it and say that I'm part of that system. And so all we do is we just get together and in these small groups, and we try to be as mindful, present as we can be in that. And I tell them, no phones, turn off the phones, You look around the room right now, I can see a lot of people are not very mindful. Right? A lot of people are on their phones. You're here, but you're not really here. And I tell them right from the beginning, you don't be with me in that way, because I'm not going to be with you in that way. I'm here with you. And they're not used to that at all. They're not used to an adult, especially a professor at Stanford, saying, I'm here with you. Stanford professors told me, I showed them how I teach, and they said, we don't do that at Stanford. We leave ourselves at the door. And what Jerry was talking about was exactly that. You know, the teachers, people say that the teachers don't have anything to teach. You know, if they can't bring themselves into that place as a person who is there to be there, to see. And all I say is, there was a time when I thought, I realized I'm not young and cool anymore, if I ever was, but I certainly wasn't anymore. And I thought, well, maybe I can be old and cool, I can be an elder. I thought, okay, and what does an elder do? You share your wisdom with everybody, right? And I thought, well, I realized, well, you know, maybe I don't really have any wisdom to share. I'm just as lost as everybody else. And so I taught them the word sensei in Japanese, which everybody knows is like a teacher, but literally the Chinese characters just mean a person who lives before you. And I said, I'm just here as a person who's lived before you. I'm further down the road. I'm walking on the path. You know, I get as lost as you do, but I'm here to be there for you as a guide. And that's how we relate. I'm here as a human being. Bring yourself as a human being, as vulnerable as you can be. That'll be the beginning of how we might heal in this group and in the community by embracing the parts of ourselves that have been so difficult to embrace, and to do that in community with others, because that's the best way that we can do it.
Thank you. Kevin, we've talked a lot about big history, right? Big systems, moving traumatized people through these systems who are further traumatized. But you talked about being a queer person of color. And I can only imagine the day in and day out, 1,000 cuts, the microaggressions. Is that an overlooked nature, a piece of trauma? Is it a different kind of healing that needs to take place? And how do we approach that differently than with the big systemic pieces that we could change? We're talking about those societal, those microaggressions.
Right. Yeah, thanks for the question, because I think one thing that we really need to do is redefine what is trauma. If you open up the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Disorders, they'll say that what we are all talking about here today is not considered trauma. That unless it is, in their eyes, life-threatening, in their eyes, something that is pervasive, something that is where you thought you were actually going to die or get seriously hurt, that it is not considered trauma. So daily racism is not considered a trauma. Being bullied in school isn't considered trauma. Having to deal with systems of oppression isn't considered a trauma, according to the American Psychiatric Association. Tweet them, let them know that. But we need to, first of all, redefine that. We need to say that, yes, this is absolutely trauma. That the symptoms of racism and the symptoms of sexism and heterosexism and transphobia is the same as the symptoms of other types of what they define as trauma. People can't concentrate. People can't sleep. People wake up screaming with nightmares. People doubt themselves. They have anxiety. They're depressed. These are the same things that we see with traditional forms of trauma. So one, we need to redefine that. With that, two, microaggressions is just a part of a different type of trauma. It might not be necessarily that one time where you called me the name of the other person of color, or that one time where you asked me if I really am from here, and I said, no, I'm from New York, and you said, no, where are you really from? Like, yeah, that one time might have been annoying, and might have pissed me off. Depending on my mood, I may have gone off on you, or I might have just ignored it. But it's the collection of those things that are traumatic. It's the collection of those things and what that reminds you of. That one 30-second interaction that you had right there reminds you of the years of distress and racism and heterosexism, and even more so what the elders talked about today, the generations and centuries of trauma and distress and hurt and pain. And so that itself isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about the systems of how racism and heterosexism and sexism all manifest. So I think one thing that's important for me when we talk about intersectional identities isn't to say that it's worse to be a queer person of color, or it's worse to be a woman of color, or it's worse to be a person with a disability and it's also a person of color, but it's rather just to say that we're all at the table and we all have different experiences that contribute to our traumas, and that we all need to be better at supporting each other, acknowledging that. Because sometimes the same people who experience daily discrimination and microaggressions in their lives are the same people that either commit the microaggressions or invalidate someone else's experience. And we have to stop doing that. I mean, one thing that I've seen that's been so great is that, with this new awful administration that we live in, that we see the potential for all of these historically oppressed communities to come together. And maybe in some ways, it's a blessing that that man is messing up with all of our communities, because we can come together and say, not only am I hurt and I'm gonna be upset because you're hurting my community, but you're also hurting others who I care about or who I can empathize with. And so I think that's one thing that we need to do, is to look at trauma on different levels and to find ways to not just be allies, but to live as allies without ever expecting to be called an ally.
Thank you very much. For the sake of time here, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to kind of open it up for whoever wants to jump in. With all that we just talked about, layer after layer after layer of trauma, with concerns about this new administration, how people of color and marginalized communities across the country are weathering this anxiety of this new administration, I wonder, are you all hopeful about the future of making gains and strides in healing our traumatized youth? Are our communities, is the soil in our communities healthy enough? Is the soil in our systems, is it healthy enough and ripe and ready to receive nurturing towards that change? Or is the mountain as high as it's ever been? James, I know you're thinking. I see your brain.
I turn to our
okay, I was just going to defer. So I feel very strongly about this. I am extremely hopeful. I am extremely hopeful because in my career, we have people in positions of power that are decision makers. This conference wouldn't have happened 15 years ago, that I would have, I don't know how long Maisha's been in her job, but she might not have had this kind of salience 15 years ago to make this move, to be working it for 7 years to get us here. Bob Ross, there is a group of people now that we are there more so than ever. I think we're aware. It's just a matter of, can we put aside our daily duties to actually make the biggest agenda that we are going to come together and get out of our daily routine to actually do what Kevin has suggested. And I am more hopeful than not. 73, you guys out there that are researchers and professors, 73% of the people born in the United States under 25 are going to be people of color. I'm sorry. You can keep electing who you keep trying to elect. That fact ain't going away. No kind of way. We are coming together better, not perfectly, but we know each other's historical trauma. We know that Latinos during the eugenics period were sterilized. We know it wasn't called the Exclusion Act. It was called the Chinese Exclusion Act. We know that Tanforan Park had Japanese people put there during the war. So we are learning about each other and how we're moving forward. So I'm extremely hopeful that, in fact, we don't spend too much time talking about what ain't and start spending our time talking about a vision of where we want to take a country that is on a journey of discovery, that is multilingual, multiracial, multi-ethnic, and coming together in a way that I think can't be put back in the bottle. And the young people don't have the same sacred cows that we have. My father, he's from the greatest generation, World War II, segregation, grew up in all of that. He's from the first generation. Don't say nothing bad about Colin Powell, he's the first. Whoever was the first. Don't say nothing bad about Thurgood Marshall, he's the first. So we come each generation with sacred cows. And I'd say, but Daddy, He's killing people. Don't say nothing about Colin, he's the first. And it's like, okay. My generation, I'm like, yeah, we don't talk about him a little bit. The generation after us, they got a whole different set of sacred cows. They don't care about that. They're disruptive. They're like, we don't care. And all of that, intersectionality, intergenerational, it's the same way. Because I didn't care when it was that time, right? So when they were listening to Billy X9, I'm listening to the Jackson 5. Now somebody else listening to something else, and we saying the same thing they said. I don't know what they're saying. I don't get what it is. When we were growing up, you know, that's all. We are going together, I think, moving intersectionality, intergenerationally, and we understand that that's important. So, Tremaine, I think I am hopeful. I am so hopeful, and really looking forward to doing what I can and turning this over to younger people who have a whole different analysis that's very important. They have lived through 24 years of disinvestment. I grew up in public schools where you could take your instruments home. These kids don't even have PE or band. I mean, so or arts, right? So my reference can't be their reference. They should be madder than I am. Because our kids could get mad and play trumpet.
James, we have some folks here waiting.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm going to break the rule. I want to ask one quick question someone can answer within a minute.
I know, and I'll pass.
Kevin mentioned concern about this new administration. And when you think about the Department of Justice and Education, especially where young people are touched the most, perhaps, is there actually a sweet spot somewhere to make some change, even given the anxiety around what's happening in both of those spaces?
I mean, if I can comment a little bit, I think ultimately the sweet spot for all of us is going to be the fact that this battle is now at the state level, and that even if the federal level, the administration is all opposed, all against all of these different things, and
at the county level,
it's all now at the county and state level. Absolutely. We have very much local fights that are happening, and we all now have an opportunity to get more involved. And certainly the younger generation that my generation, has certainly become activated. And we need to capitalize on the fact that we have that momentum and realizing that state education systems still have an opportunity within their own states to really figure out how we could do something better for young people of color all around, where we're not just dependent upon what the federal government is saying.
Excellent. Before I go to Q&A, I want to throw a question out there for Twitter. It's, what does trauma look like in your community? What does trauma look like in your community? So I'd encourage you all to respond on Twitter and get social media popping a little bit. All right, so ready for our Q&A. Anyone have any questions? You're a rapper, put a little bass in your voice, you got it.
So, I'll just talk about it, Mike. So you were talking about how like public schools don't have art and PE anymore. Is there a way that could be replenished? Because me being a person who just graduated high school, who actually has a love for art, because in middle school I played the flute, I played the saxophone, and as soon as I left, I completely forgot how to read music because I entered into not even a public school, but a charter school that didn't even have PE nor art. And I feel like that was a big reason why I was suffering from like low self-esteem and depression, because I didn't really have anything to like cope with my demons. And I feel like one of the best ways to communicate with a young community like us is art, and we don't even have that.
Yes.
So is there any way that could be replenished or like brought back, and like instead of us just learning about shapes and like triangles, stuff that's not even going to help us in the future when we leave high school?
I did want to say I have a student that I still stay in touch with who is currently incarcerated. And oftentimes we write back and forth and he'll request books. And despite his incarceration, he's absolutely on fire intellectually. And that's not to minimize the circumstances that he faces every day. So we talk about education a lot. And one thing that he said is that I shouldn't have had to come here to learn about myself. Right? So he said, what did I care about school when I was learning about Columbus and this and that, right? So I think, I think that way of knowing has never been embraced by schools, but the current administration, we took a left when we should have took a right, right? So they took a left and went back to a basic skills curriculum that emphasizes these rote skills, and it's all based on the idea that, of deficit, right? That low-income communities of color don't have this, don't have that, don't lack this, lack that, right? And it completely erases what has been done, right? So I hear you, man. I don't know. Like, I don't have a good structural solution all the time. But one thing about, we've been talking a lot about structures. I would just say to anybody, like, don't wait for the revolution to heal. Don't wait for the revolution to protect your children, right? So it's more about empowering the stakeholders to know what decisions to best make for their kids, rather than outlawing. Because if you outlaw charter schools, right? No excuses charter schools are pretty much prisons in school form, right? If you outlawed no excuses charter schools, something else would pop up, right? If you got rid of suspension, something else, the system would shift. So I'm more of a grassroots proponent in terms of, empowering parents and communities with the decisions they need. It's not a pretty picture all the time, but that's where I find my optimism.
Excellent. This one on this side of the room? Oh, this gentleman here?
So, I have 15 grandchildren. And, I went to one of Dr. Reed's presentations on the urban ACEs study and discovered trauma generationally. And so I said to 15 grandchildren to say this, that I have the benefit to be right at the cutting edge on what I see in the community I live in Philadelphia, specifically North Philadelphia, with this whole trauma thing, which is a lot of violence. I did not hear a lot of conversation about that, and I'm not sure if it's a subject that's so touchy, but seriously, so we say trauma, we don't say violence. Trauma is like a nicer word. What these young people are experiencing is violence. And there's a lot of different things, but I just didn't hear enough around that. And I'd like to hear somebody speak to that, because that's real. Thank you.
I think, if I may, I guess because you used the particular word, violence, and I used it once in what I was saying. I think, as someone who was convicted of a violent felony, and as someone who has definitely tried to engage a multitude of stakeholders in trying to have conversations about violence and the fact that we do have young people who commit acts of violence. And some of them come from neighborhoods that are ridden with violence. And so at what point do we begin to really look at the word violence and unpack that in a way that really not only pays attention to the community, the young person, but all of the different facets that really involve that violent encounter or that violent moment? One of the things that Vera currently is with my organization, we're trying to look into that, how people who have experienced violence seek out help for that violence. Because I think ultimately we've demonized, to some extent, young people who have committed acts of violence, and to some extent we often can't figure out a really restorative way to mend the violence that happened with the person or people or group that was impacted by that violence. And we often have to figure out what are these different strategies that we can think about, not only from maybe a cultural lens, but also from a very trauma-informed lens, if we want to keep using that word. But violence in and of itself, again, is one of the words that I think, and I remembering what the panel just said, the idea that there's specific things that as a system we completely demonize and or figure out a way to flower the language around that particular topic. And I think violence is one of them. And so we need to be very intentional about having those conversations about how do we deal with a young person who has committed an act of violence, because at the end of the day, that's the young person that probably needs the most help and the most healing. And that's the person who probably came from communities or families that have also experienced that same violence and need that same healing and need that same support. So I completely agree that we haven't used that word very intentionally, and we need to be very intentional about it moving forward if we want this initiative and other works that we do around the country to actually do what's best for young people of color.
Wonderful, grassroots panel. I think it's very, very informative. And I really appreciate
was communicated as well, thank you, was hopefulness, because I often ask that question myself. Are you hopeful? Where is it coming from? So one of the things I'd like to hear a bit more about, because I'm very often, as Howard knows, troubled by trauma, because I don't think it's defined clearly enough, but just not flowering the language, but having the language represent the authentic experiences from a normal human development perspective under, in essence, unusual and violent conditions. It takes it off our kids and puts it on the context, which means that I want to hear a bit more about all of us as sources of representing context, how we can collectively, I like that idea, elders and the energy of youth together, forming a movement in terms of providing support, because many of us here represent the experiences that youth have that represent for me, maladaptive coping with unusually heinous conditions. So we have to call out the fact that they're heinous conditions, but we are here as a basically resilient people. So can we also not talk about what are the supports and strategies that we all can collectively participate in order to change the context? Because youth are responding very often, if you want to use the term trauma, maladaptively to, in essence, heinous conditions. So I want to hear more about the supports, because if it's a slow process changing these structural conditions, what we can do, because of who we represent positive, positive, if you will, experiences, even in terms of, who we are as elders. We can, there are things that we can do. And I haven't heard enough of that. And I'd like to hear a bit more about proactively, how we can affect, if you will, supports that are authentically experienced by youth as indeed supportive. Because it's like getting old. You can just get old, or you become, in essence, an elder with some wisdom. And the two may not be the same. But I think there's some experiences had that we can use collectively to design authentic supports that can make a difference, because if reactive coping to adverse conditions is the issue, well, how do we also impact, if you will, the nature of the context that, in essence, incite those maladaptive reactions?
It's a big one.
I think one thing for me that is really important and that I think is related to what you're saying is this idea of normalizing people's experiences. I know for me as an educator and also as someone who has young people in my life and my family and friends, is that we don't oftentimes, at least overtly, normalize people's experiences. My generation was still taught that boys shouldn't cry and you suck it up, be a man. And even this next generation, maybe they're getting less of that, but people aren't overtly saying, no, that's racism. No, that is masculinity that you're being threatened by. And so I think we need to be intentional. I think we need to normalize that when somebody is experiencing something that is clearly caused by some other system or some other person who is manifesting some of this bias from these systems, that we need to make sure that that young person externalizes it, that they no longer internalize. We've seen the research on internalized oppression, that internalized racism, homophobia, sexism, it stunts us, it makes us not perform well, it makes us not do well academically, it makes us think we can't achieve things. But maybe the reason why people have this internalized oppression is because they really just heard these negative messages and no one was able to ever counter those things. And so I think for me, from a very young age, it's really important to instill in young people that this isn't you, this is them. To use language like this isn't your fault, this is racism, this is sexism, to let them know in whatever age appropriate level to say things like this is, I don't want you to ever think that you're not good enough for something. And I think for me, I can speak from my own experiences, like my parents as immigrants didn't know how to do any of that because where they came from, they didn't have to experience what we as kids did. And so they just kind of did the best that they could without necessarily having those little talks. But I see people, my peers, where they didn't get that. And so maybe that's why they're not able to do some of the things that somehow I just was lucky enough to do. So I think if everyone has that experience where we make sure people don't internalize negative messages and instead externalize that it's not your fault and then uplift them to make sure that, that they know that they are good enough and that they don't carry the weight that so many of us carry well into our adult lives, the messages that we heard as a kid.
James? But I'm cautious not to make people, I mean, the people that are experiencing this the most also have the most answers if anybody would listen. Mm-hmm. And that is communities of concentrated, persistent, and geographically isolated poverty, right? Templetown. I mean, so gentrification is the biggest producer of mass incarceration. You heard that here first. You're not going to hear that many places because it's community, identity, displacement through market capitalism that no one knows what to do anything about, but everybody's talking about it. And so we can't have superheroes. We can't ask, Daquan to go through 3 gang sets to get to school, then be ready to learn, then you ain't got no instruments, so start singing, and then put them on a panel. See what Daquan did? When all the disinvestment in the community makes you have to be a superhero. Why is the face of government in communities of concentrated poverty the police? That's the face of government. If you saw Moonlight, I'm screaming in the movie, where is somebody for Chiron? No white people in the movie. Chiron can't get an adult to help him at all. This man was just looking for some elder to be there and be wise. And the poor principal says, Chiron, you got to go to the police. And so when he breaks the chair over the bully's back, in the theater I'm at, everybody starts clapping. And I'm like, oh, Chiron won the battle, but he lost the war. He went to juvenile hall, got sent to Atlanta, and what's he doing in Atlanta? Trapping, right? So essentially, we cannot put on the people in the communities of disinvestment for 40 years a personal fix to overcome it. We as a citizenry, health, schools, and justice people, we must figure out a way to come together and say, you as our city mothers and fathers will not invest our money this way anymore. And I'll finish by saying, in Philadelphia, Camden, whichever county you want to take, 60 to 65% of your tax dollars are going to the justice apparatus, leaving 30% for everything else. And that's health, mental health, schools, and everything, with a 70% failure rate. 70% recidivism rate. We, to best help those people in those communities of concentrated poverty, must demand that dollars be invested in those communities in homegrown, evidence-based, based on our evidence that works. And until we structurally do that, we cannot keep putting people in those communities and asking them to be superhuman. They can't be Luke Cage. They just can't.
I believe, Hernan, you want to respond?
If I could close this off really quickly as a proactive measure, and I think everyone in this room would agree that we can't just continue to keep talking about those communities, those young people, those families.
Absolutely.
They need to be here and speaking. I shouldn't be the only person representing young people from my experience, right? We need to start creating these different ways to listen to them in a way that's taking note of what they want those dollars invested in and what would be most helpful to them, because at the end of the day, those are the people that know the solutions but know what they need in order for them to heal and to be better.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to throw the Twitter question out one more time. What does trauma look like in your... As we transition to the next panel, I want to bring out our next performer. We've already had a few wonderful young people who are very talented. I want to bring out one more for you. Let's clap it up.
I'm sorry, 1 second. I'm sorry, I got How y'all doing though while I'm doing this? How y'all doing? Y'all doing good? All right, so I'm about to perform a song for y'all, and I go to the Village of Arts and Humanities, and I'm an intern there. I'm a rapper, I'm a songwriter. I sing a little bit. It's even hard to take the pain away when you dream about it like it happened yesterday. Without that one, every day is like a rainy day. Still think about it, but you still gotta make a way. Still gotta manage, cause the pain won't vanish. So drop it and put them up. Feeling like we had enough, losing by a single touch. Can I live begging for life with just blood, sweat, and tears? Bullet tinted out until we walking up those stairs in pairs. They never cared. Unfair to take away a life, and he was standing with such fear. I don't get it. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Everybody got a limit. It's hatred in the air, I can feel it. Not trying to open up, no, I'm too scared to reveal it. It's hatred in the air, I can feel it. They try to cover up, but they not too good at concealing. For real. Throw your hands in the air now. Throw your hands in the air now. Drop the guns, put them down. Throw your hands in the air now. Please, 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 folks. Throw your hands in the air now. Throw your hands in the air now. Drop the guns, put them down. Throw your hands in the air now. Don't freeze, don't stop, just drop, put them up. How could we manage? Them boys in blue shooting like they a part of the Mavericks. No correlation, been fan, but now I'm starting to panic. Only finding oppression, a new reason for damage. Only finding the fire until their guns get famished. Now they aiming at me, they thinking I've been planning this. I'm just writing from the heart, the only way I was so hot to spit. Never was ashamed to admit it, not a little bit. Now the protectors creating havoc. Never was a fan, nobody stacking. Now the greats flipping in the graves, could this happen? Now you getting sent to the gates for having fashion. I don't get it, keep getting pushed to the edge. Everybody got a limit. It's hatred in the air, I can feel it. Black on black crime, say get stacked to the ceiling. How appealing, you always got a choice. Seem like they always pick and kill or no. Throw your hands in the air now. Throw your hands in the air now. Drop the guns, put them down. Throw your hands in the air now. Please, 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 folks. Throw your hands in the air now. Throw your hands in the air now. Drop the guns, put them down. Throw your hands in the air now. Don't freeze, don't stop, just jump, put them up.
Mic on? Let's clap it up. Let's clap one more time for him.
Yeah, man, I couldn't ask for a better partner.
I was in Chicago about a week ago working on a series about trauma. At MSNBC, we're working on really expanding our reach into the community and making sure that we just don't dive in and jump back out. Today's show, I'm working on this series about trauma. And I spoke with a woman who works for a group called Chicago Survivors. They send a crisis responder to every single home that has lost someone to gun violence. Within 48 hours, someone is shot and killed. They have a responder there within 48 hours. After those 2 days, they have a family support specialist who goes into the house and sticks with this family for 6 months, connecting them with resources, making sure that they're handling their emotions the best they can, helping to frame out what for many is a new normal. Things will never be the same without your loved one, but there's this new normal. And so I was speaking with one of these family support specialists, and she said something to me that really stuck, and it was an African proverb. She said, if you do not incorporate the youth into the tribe, they will burn the village to feel the warmth. And it gave me shivers, because that's what our young people are doing. We've left them vulnerable. We've left them alone. These systems that they touch grind them up. The trauma they experience, as the gentleman mentioned, this violence, this incessant violence. We know that repeated exposure to violence actually rewires your brain. The cortisol levels go crazy. It's as if the bear is on your front steps and in the street, and he ate your neighbor, and he's on the way to school. So our next panel includes a bunch of folks who are on the ground, on the front lines, working with so many of these young people who are trying to provide their own sense of warmth, while so many are burning the village. We have Marlon Peterson of Presidential Inc. Peace, good brother. We have George Galvis with Communities United for Restorative Youth Justice. All right, thank you. My buddy Nick Tilson from Thunder Valley Community Development Center. Eddie Zhang from the Eddie Zhang Story. Thank you. And last but not least, Rob Jackson from Beats, Rhymes, and Life Inc. I'll sit at this end now. It's your show, brother. Do whatever you want to do. So as we did with the last panel, I would love for you all to, one by one, just introduce yourself and talk about your journey, your path to this moment in the work you do. We'll start at the far end, since you're the boss.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to be in this space. Tremaine, thanks. Good to be on the same stage with somebody who I get to see on TV. So what brings me to this space? Quick stories. I mean quick. A couple years ago, a young man that I was working with, he was 19, he was killed from Brooklyn, New York. And he was killed in Flatbush section of Brooklyn Streets. So I went to the funeral of his, and I heard the pastor at the front of the room, he told a story about the dash, and he was referring to, you see a tombstone, you see a person, the day he was born, dash, the year they passed, and he was speaking about, the legacy that we live and that we leave behind, which is important. But what I got from that story, what I thought about is the dash of the folks that we work with. So young folks, you see a baby, a kid, a cousin, whoever it is, your little daughter, grandson, granddaughter, you want to kiss them and raise them up in the air, squeeze their cheeks and tickle them. And then by the time they're like 13, 15, 17, 18, they're in the streets. They got a mugshot or what have you. And it had me wondering, like, what is the dash there? Like, what happened between that, that little picture that we wanted to coddle to this person who was there, because that person wasn't born to be that way. So that's one of the points that brought me here. And also, similar to Hernan, who's my guy from my homeboy from New York City. I also spent a great deal of my life in prison. So I spent my entire 20s incarcerated for crimes related to violence. So, and the work that I do is obviously very personal, without a doubt. But it's also in the personal nature of it. There's a level of hope in the people that's involved in the grind. That sort of keeps me in it.
Next.
Sure. First of all, let me just say I'm humbled and honored to be here with each and every one of you. I'd like to just acknowledge the Lenape Nation here of Philadelphia. We're on stolen land, and I know earlier, my elders taught me that you don't really know where you're going unless you know where you've been, right? And so I appreciate all of those who mentioned that, this city and this nation have been built on slave labor, and they've also been built on the genocide of indigenous peoples on stolen land. And so I think that it's important for us to talk about that, because I think a lot of the work that I do is very much related to dismantling the prison industrial complex and state violence, AKA policing. And so, so thinking comparatively, like in a social historical context, we need to recognize what are the roots of those things, right? And the very first prisons were the slave plantation and the reservation. And so there's no, the very first police were the slave patrols and the cavalry. So there's no coincidence when we look at the population who makes up majority of our prisons now are people of African descent and people of indigenous descent. And some of y'all might say and think, well, a lot of those folks are Latinos. Well, let's deconstruct that term, because there's no such, race as Latino, right? That's like if we created a cultural ethnic group and we called it Anglinos, everybody who got colonized by the English or some shit, you know what I'm saying? All Latino is everybody who got colonized by the Spaniards, and there's a whole spectrum of African and indigenous people, and many of us who are mixed there, and there was racialized caste systems, and so colonialism might have looked a little bit different in some of those locations, but there's a multiracial diversity under that umbrella too that I think sometimes gets ignored and neglected. And so I say that as somebody rooted to this land by my indigenous grandmothers, because we didn't cross the border crossed us. So what really brought me into this work is my first memory is I'm 3 years old, and it's witnessing my father trying to kill my mother. And the violence that was produced in my home, I ended up reproducing as a young man later on the streets against other men who looked just like me because I looked like my father. And so when I was 17 years old, I was incarcerated. I was charged with multiple felonies, including attempted murder for my involvement in a drive-by shooting. And so as a restorative practitioner, we say hurt people, hurt people. And that's supposed to be the moral of the story, right? But we also say healed people, heal people. And so when I got out, I began my healing journey by first trying to really learn my own history, and I found my way into community college and gravitated to ethnic studies, and I began to read Alfred Memmi and Frantz Fanon and Paulo Freire, and and started to have the vocabulary to articulate the things that I'd felt my entire life. And I immediately got extremely angry because I thought how many of my homies would not be locked up or not be dead had we been taught this much earlier. But there was also a very important intervention at that time, in that the custodian at my community college was also taking classes and was also an activist, and he was a veteran of the American Indian movement. And he was kind of observing what I was doing as far as, just being like a sponge and trying to take what I was learning and organize and bridge it to the community. But he also introduced me to include ceremony in my life, to return, reclaim, and relearn the traditions of my indigenous ancestors. And that became an integral part of my healing journey. And so I think I might have gone over 3 minutes. I got a lot more shit to say, but I'm gonna stop right there.
Nick. Nick Tilson Chante Nape Chuzapelo. My name is Nick Tilson. I greet you in my Lakota language this morning. And the number one thing that brought me here is a beautiful place back home called Thunder Valley. And Thunder Valley it was a community and a movement in which a whole bunch of us young people around, I'm not young anymore, but 18, 19, 20 years old, started returning to our culture, returning to our language, returning to our ceremonies. And it wasn't a funded initiative. It wasn't a philanthropic investment. It wasn't made up of nonprofits. It was a movement that we created on Pine Ridge amongst our people, because we started noticing a lot of our people. We actually used to make fun. We used to actually tease each other about it. That a lot of people go to jail, and they'll come back all Indian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're like,
born again Indian, bro.
Like, how come we can't do that before we go there? But this movement was about healing. I was rare. I was raised by a father, by a single father. But I didn't have any peers that were raised by their fathers. And so in time, like what this movement really did was it made us proud of who we were. It gave us a sense of a place, a sense of purpose, a sense of identity. And it provided healing to us. All of us experienced trauma. And how that healing happened was through these sacred ceremonies like the Sundance, like the Yawipi ceremony, like the Sundance ceremony. But what grew out of all of that stuff is a sense of empowerment of what are we gonna do. And I guess the last thing I'll share about like how I ended up here was my children. In 2006, I became a father, and I looked around. Most of the young people that were 19, 20, 21, 22 years old, they're all becoming fathers too. And the big thing was, all right, we're gonna raise our children in this world. We're going to raise our children on this reservation amongst these struggles. We better do something. And what really led us to do the work that we're doing now in housing, community development, all this different stuff was that the ancestors gave us a call to action. And in ceremony, they really chewed us out as a bunch of young men who considered ourselves warriors. And they said, how long are you going to let other people decide the future for your children? Or you're not warriors? And they said, it's time to stop talking and start doing. And they said, but don't come from a place of fear. Come from a place of hope. And they said, the movement is here. The time is now to start this. And that's what led me to the work that we're doing now at Thunder Valley in the area of leadership development, community housing, economic development. All the stuff that we're doing now, none of us didn't know shit about how to do that stuff when we first started it. But what we knew was that us as a group of young men and young parents, young men and women, that if we didn't rise up and do something and create a future and a vision for our people, that we weren't going to end up getting there. If we didn't know where we wanted to end up, we weren't going to get there. So, you know, those collective things for me is what ended up bringing me here. And I'm trying to immerse my children into my work. My 6-year-old son, Josiah, is sitting in the crowd right over here too. But yeah, that's what brought me to the work I'm doing now.
Thank you, Nick. Happy New Breath, everyone. So I want to invite all of you just take in a couple of deep breaths. All right? Let's do that together. Well, you know when we're breathing, we have hope. And the breath that we inhale sustains our life each day. Right? So my name is Eddie Zhang. I came to this place through a long pipeline. You know, I spent 21 years of my life in prison, and that's where I grew up from age 16 to age 37, because I committed a crime, a kidnap to commit robbery, and I was charged as an adult at age 16 as a new immigrant, just been to this country for 3.5 years. And the pipeline that I travel through right now to bring me to this work is really from a place of healing. And the healing is through the process of chi. And I can explain that later on, right? It's really focused on the culture, history, and identity. And through the culture, history, and identity, I was able to overcome the migration to school to prison and deportation pipeline to come to this forward promise, heal, grow, and thrive pipeline. And that's what brought me here.
Thank you, Eddie. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, I'm in Philly, and I just flew from Oakland last night. We can do better than that, right? Good afternoon, everyone. That's right. Yo, put your hands in the air if you're happy to be alive right now. Yeah. That's right, y'all. So I'm an MC. That's what brought me here, first and foremost. I'm doing everything I can to stay in this chair and not work the stage right now. But I would really like for y'all to do something for me. Just take 30 seconds to turn to your neighbor to the right and left and just greet them. Say hello, give them a hug, give them a handshake.
Peace, brother. We used to also make fun of all the ones who went to college and started reading history and got on Greek anatomy and thinking military. At least locked up,
so
got introduced to
as an MC, as a hip hop MC in particular, that's another thing that brought me here was hip hop and this notion of community. It's really important to my work that we build this notion of community, and I've been hearing elements of it all throughout the morning, all throughout the afternoon, but you know, I really wanted to take opportunity to be really purposeful about it. My brother right there, you did you did your rap earlier. Why do you rap? Man, give it up for that, brother. So that was said perfectly. I'm gonna come bring you everywhere I go from now on. Just do an intro like that. The thing I would add to that, and I would ask one more time for crowd participation, put your hand in the air if you've had a bad day before and put on a song and it made you feel better. Right?
That's right.
So music is cathartic. And the point of what this brother just said is our youth listen to hip hop. But they don't just listen to hip hop, they formulate their identities based on hip hop. I myself am the same way. However, when I was coming up, there were so many options, right? Gangster rap, political rap, party rap, whatever, what have you. Now the message is very formulaic. And don't get it twisted, it's not hip hop's fault. It's these systems' fault. It's these corporations' fault that are pushing this agenda, right? And they know that we're gonna gravitate to it because culturally, that's what we resonate with. So just to give you a little bit about myself, we started an organization called Beats, Rhymes, and Life 12 years ago. It was 2004. At that time, George Bush was about to be the president for the second time. And right now, that's not looking so bad. And at that time, what we really wanted to do was reduce the stigma around seeking therapeutic services, right? And so we talked about it, it's been a theme. Like there's so much complex trauma in our communities, in our neighborhoods. Oakland is not immune to that, obviously. And we're steeped in a history of revolution and multiculturalism. And that's what hip hop is all about. So we really just wanted to be a bridge that young folks could deal with their trauma in the communities that we're facing and seek it in a therapeutic way. And not necessarily sit next to a stranger talking about our problems. We all know in our communities we don't do that, right? But we do rap and we do express ourselves. And from that, it becomes very therapeutic, very cathartic, and an ability for us to have an outlet and a release. And I just want to touch on one more thing. We're really focused on systems change. And so, it didn't lose me in the irony that I'm sitting here in Philadelphia right now as a hip hop therapist. That is crazy to me because we are trying to prove the legitimacy of this practice and make sure that mental health and the helping professions recognize this as a legitimate way to connect with our youth. So thank you.
This first question goes to you, Marlon. For those of you who are on the front lines and engaging with young people, some of the most troubled young people, the most traumatized young people, they arrive to you how they come. You've gone through this system, and I wonder what lessons you've learned going through the system has helped you engage with these young people that people who might not have had those experiences might not understand.
Thanks for that question, Shameen. Actually, I just gave a TED talk or something along those lines. For me, what I've learned through the system is a sense of what I needed, and what the system did not give to me definitely was a sense of relevancy, right? So, and what I mean by that is that, being in the system, or even in the streets before the system, and folks have mentioned this earlier on the stage, but there's a constant iteration of that you're not worthy, you don't matter, you can't do this, that's not for you, you can't be there, etc. And it sort of becomes ingrained. And then when you go into the system, it's sort of compounded, right? That is the purpose of it, right? It's a purpose to sort of like break it and to reassert that you are not on a level of, say, the people that's in charge of the systems. So working with young folks and folks who are older who act like young folks, so you see the same thing happening again in communities. So if you see some folks, think about Chicago, any community where there's a huge level of violence, and you think about the cause of like what's happening in those spaces. So yeah, there's an interpersonal sort of beef, me and you got beef for whatever reason, right? But then there's a deeper cause. You have to look at the community that they're in. So if you used to take a case of any community in Chicago, let's say like a North Lawndale, I'm saying Chicago because that's like on the public discourse most of the time now for deleterious reasons, but you take a community like North Lawndale that has a huge level of violence now. But then you also look at the demographic in the community, you look at the social factors, the economic factors, the poverty rate in that community, the school dropout rate in that community. You think about the health outcomes in that community. But then you go even further back, and you think of a community like that where there's a history of like literal system, not only disinvestment, but literally a system of like marginalizing black folks who emigrated to that community back in the 50s. And so I'm going through this whole litany of like history and whatnot. But that is so you think about 50 years, whether it be from a system perspective, telling a community that is not worth anything, right? So what do you expect of the progeny of the folks who came here, right? What do you expect of that? And not to say that there's an excuse for the violence that we perpetrate against each other. Of course not. There is no excuse for that violence. But there are like literal reasons for it, that it happens. So when I speak to a young person, my goal is simply a couple of things. One is to try to really like listen and just kick it with her or him and figure out what's happening with them, right? No judgment. And then from that, see where I can relate these like big picture stuff in a way that they can get it. Because ultimately, what stopped me from engaging in certain activities was an understanding of an insight into like why I was engaging in these activities in the first place, right? So it's bigger than, and I didn't come from a single parent household, so it's not, well, because you came from a single parent household, that's why you engage in these activities. No, it's bigger than that, right? A single mother household, it's much deeper than that. It's literally ingrained into the fabric of the communities that we live in. And I speak from not only somebody who's born and bred in Brooklyn, but my family is from the Trinidad and the West Indies and the Caribbean. So when you think about, the guy from the panel before this, and he spoke about whiteness and colonialism, well, this is not an American unicorn, right? There's no way it is. The stain of whiteness and colonialization is literally the same thing that perpetuates itself in the Caribbean, that tells people there that they're less than, even though they may be in the majority in quantity. So, I'm speaking to a young person, I come with many of these identities, a person who spent time in jail, somebody who's from an immigrant household, somebody who's also been able to go on and get higher education, all that sort of stuff, somebody who's inflicted pain, and somebody who's definitely been affected and traumatized by physical pain, right? Trauma, exactly. So when I'm working with a young person, I'm trying to get her or him to tell me where they fit into those places.
Thank you. George, so often when we talk about our communities, we talk about them as if they're bad. By proxy, the people are bad. When you look at the gun violence in Philadelphia and across this country, we'll say these young people, it's not like it was back in the day. They're ruthless, right? Even in well-intentioned rooms like this, the faces are absent. The voices are absent. In your work, how have you found a way to lift the voices of those people who are bad from bad places and will have bad outcomes in kind of this forward promise idea of village raising?
Sure. I know what was in my heart when I caught my case, and I know what's in the hearts of a lot of the young people who get pathologized and who get caught up in the system. And so from a traditional belief system, we know every child is born a blessing, and they have a gift, they have something to share with this world. And if they're not able to unwrap that gift, then that's the failure of the adults, that's the failure of the society, because our role was to help them unwrap that gift, to discover what their sacred purpose is. And that sacred purpose might be something, frankly, denying them that sacred purpose isn't hurting them as much as it is hurting us, because you never know what that young person might do that might benefit you in a direct or indirect way. I got a friend of mine, I'm born and raised in the San Francisco Mission in California, pre-gentrification, when, my neighborhood became the poster child for gentrification, and a homie of mine who's been doing youth work out there for a long time, he was riding his bicycle right before hipsters and bike lanes and all that shit in my neighborhood. And he got hit by a car, probably some hipster in his smart car or something, you know what I mean? But he got hit by a car and he was injured. And so the first responder that came was a paramedic. Paramedic ended up being a young person he had mentored a long time ago. Then when he gets to the emergency room, at the emergency room, it's the sister of another young person that he's worked with. So it's like those people who are responding to him right away, when we talk about this concept of village and community, of interconnectedness and interdependence, it's reflected right there in that anecdote. You never know who's going to be there to help you when you need some help, you know what I mean? So my organization, Community United for Restorative Youth Justice, was founded a little over 6 years ago, and we were born out of the gang injunction organizing in Oakland. And so when the city began to propose, and frankly, when I say the city, specifically, let's say the city attorney and our former chief of police, both of whom we chased out the city, they were basically trying to build their career because it's politically profitable to build it on criminalizing youth of color, And so this whole concept of a gang, it's like I'm basically, gang is just racism camouflage under the guise of crime prevention. When they say gang, they're talking about black and brown youth. You know what I mean? It's based on zip code. You know what I mean? And so I'm on a mission to eliminate the G word from our vocabulary because we have gang enhancements right now, meaning that somebody could steal a candy bar, which could be an infraction or maybe at best a misdemeanor, but right away you get a gang enhancement and there's an additional 5 years just because they've been labeled based on their zip code. And so that's one of the ways that we perpetuated mass incarceration. So I say that because some of us had Boy Scouts, some of us had Little League, some of us, all we had was our neighborhood. And having pride in our neighborhood, there's nothing wrong with that. When I began my healing journey and I found my way up to the UC Berkeley campus, I got my GED locked up and I went to community college and I transferred. And being a proud Golden Bear, I was so proud to go to UC Berkeley. Who would have ever thought the #1, public university in the nation? Wow, I'm here, I done made it, And there's this tradition at UC Berkeley, the big game between Stanford and Berkeley every year. I think there was a Stanford professor up here earlier, so shout out to the big game, right? And so I go to the big game, being a proud Golden Bear, and I saw a lot of things that resembled the neighborhood. I saw red and blue. Stanford rocks red, Cal rocks blue. I saw underage drinking. I saw the use of controlled substances. You know what I'm saying? And after the game, I seen a whole bunch of white boys wearing red and a whole bunch of white boys wearing blue throwing elbows. I said, man, this looks like the neighborhood, except the way it's being treated is fundamentally different because these are white boys with privilege. So my organization was born out of the gang injunction organizing in Oakland. And when we began to approach that, the first thing we did is we know that every empirical research study that's ever been done on gang injunction shows that they actually don't reduce crime, they don't improve public safety, they're excellent tools for displacement and gentrification. So we cannot talk about public schools because people talk about the failure of public schools all the time. It's failure by design. We cannot talk about policing, we cannot talk about all these things in isolation, compartmentalizing these issues. We have to be intersectional. We have to be intersectional in terms of understanding the justice and freedom struggle, and we have to be intersectional in terms of communities of identity and politics. If we just merely operate at a self-interest, narrow self-interest, then we're going to lose. And particularly in this regime, particularly with this administration, more than ever, we're going to have to be more intersectional. We're going to have to build across lines. We have a common pain, a common oppression, and a common struggle. So that's the lesson we learned from the gang injection organizing in Oakland. What we know is that we are the experts on our lives. And so we began to organize with the young men who were defendants in the gang injunction. We were about elevating their voice and power to actually be the agents for change. And we constantly embarrassed the shit out of the city of Oakland because we turned these young men who they refer to as bullet magnets, sociopaths, the worst of the worst, and we showed that they could be mentors, doing positive things in their community. They identified blight in their community. There was an abandoned lot that illegal dumping had been taking place for over 10 years, and there was weeds like as tall as me, there was old refrigerators, tires, mattresses, all kinds of stuff. We tested the soil, we found that the soil was not toxic. We cleaned up that, and that came directly from the homies that were defendants of the gang injunction. When we looked at who had title to that, who was the slumlord allowing that to it was the city of Oakland. It was the city of Oakland in the gang injunction zone. As these young men through the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color in California were getting accolades across the state at the state capitol, every time there would be representatives of the city of Oakland, I'd turn to them and I'd say, and by the way, there's still defendants in the city, in the city of Oakland in the gang injunction. And so they would just turn red and they would look down. As of March 2015, we became the first community effort in the nation to fully defeat a gang injunction. So. And we did that because we helped these young men find their sacred purpose. They wanted to beautify their community. They began to organize and work with the young people. They wanted to be mentors. They knew that they had a realistic message to reach these young people about making life-affirming decisions. They cleaned up their neighborhood, and that's how we won.
Excellent, thank you. Nick, I've had the privilege of spending some time with you a couple years ago out in Pine Ridge, and I've spent some time on Standing Rock. And when we think about marginalized communities, we often think about neighborhoods in the hood separated economically from the rest of the city. But on Native American reservations, they're geographically separated and isolated, economically isolated. We talked about trauma in the last panel, great history of trauma there. So I wonder, in terms of delivering services to the young people in your community, how do you, or have you been able to, or have some success in breaking through those barriers, bridging the great gap between the resources and your community?
Yeah. So I mean, to add a little context for that question, so you got 7 of the 11 poorest counties in all of America are in South Dakota, and they're all reservations, and they've been some of the poorest communities for the last 150 years. We're talking about communities that were excluded from, the rise and fall of the Industrial Revolution. They weren't even part of it. This is not post-Detroit, poverty. This is poverty that's been there since there was a reservation system created. So it's generational, isolated, economic poverty. And when, we got the life expectancy of a man in my community is 52 years old. And I'm 34, and I got a 6-year-old son over here. So that's just a little about the context of that. I think for us, how we've been able to do it at Thunder Valley is through good work, like that, by actually creating an opportunity. So we have a workforce development program, but that workforce development program is really about building up an individual. I call it workforce development because they're giving money to workforce development at the time. But really, it's about building up the individual, and I think in our culture we believe like when something happens, when trauma happens to anybody, we have this belief that at one point like it breaks your spirit, and that your spirit becomes separated from your body, and that for you to be whole again, you have to call that spirit back to your body. And we actually a long time ago had a ceremony for this. And it was called Nagi Kikchopi, and its purpose was calling the spirit back. And the fact that our ancestors had a ceremony for this 200 years ago, they're kind of on to something. But that prepared us for what we're doing now. And I think that in the work that we're doing at Thunder Valley is that we've built a movement of like a culture of healing and reconnecting that spirit back to a person's body. And that, both doing that in a spiritual sense and actually performing the actual ceremonies, but actually matching that up with work. Because we did notice a period of time where we were doing all the spiritual work, but the young brothers and sisters would go back to their old behaviors. It's because there wasn't no opportunity there. There was the reconnection part, but that was not marrying the part that had to do with good work and a sense of purpose. Where do you go forward with that? And so I think the work that we're doing at Thunder Valley in building up communities is that we have young people taking agency in the future of the building of their communities. When we have a community that has a 6,000 about a 5,000 unit housing shortage, so there's average 2 to 3 bedroom house on our reservation, has about 13 people living in it. We didn't arrive at doing housing because we wanted to. We arrived at doing housing because it was a necessity. And we have all these young men and women who had no idea of what to even do in housing, but we engaged them into solving some of the biggest problems facing our people. And so they become stakeholders in their own future, become stakeholders in the community that we're coming from. And so, now Thunder Valley is doing that through food sovereignty, youth leadership development, all these different ways. But the pathway to get to every single one of those things was the same thing. There had to have been a point in which we empowered an individual to engage in healing and allow that individual to innovate. And that's what, that's the work that we're doing at Thunder Valley. It's really about transforming our future and actually giving our community a pathway not just out of poverty, but it's a pathway to prosperity for everybody.
Thank you. Eddie, there's this idea in America that there's something called a model minority. And sometimes when we think about people of color, we don't think about Asian Pacific Islanders, especially those at risk. Has that notion, that myth, we'll call it, complicated your engagement with these young people in terms of getting resources from people who are funding it to these communities?
Yes, definitely. The model minority myth has been plaguing the Asian community for a long time. it's all derived from the trauma that new immigrants experienced as they came to the United States. So because I'm Chinese, so many of the Chinese immigrants that came in the 1800s, they pretty much came here that's a push and pull factor, right? So they came here for a better future for the family, but as they came here as laborers. So we know the Chinese helped build the transcontinental railroad, but they don't get the credit for that, right? Just like many of the things that have been built in the United States are by people of color, but we don't get credit for none of that stuff, right? So in that sense, the model minority myth not only disempower the Asian population, but when we talk about the Asian population, it also connects with the Pacific Islander population as well as the Southeast Asian population, where people don't put that as a category as Asian Americans, right? So that itself alone, it just prevents, like, for example, in philanthropy, nationally, less than 0.5% of philanthropic dollars goes to support AAPI organization and issues, right? Because they feel that the Asians don't have issues, the API don't have problems, right? They're good at math, they all go to universities, they're smart, they work hard, and they all drive BMWs, they got money, So people don't connect the criminalization, the mass incarceration, or mental health, disability, LGBTQ rights. They don't connect any of those with the AAPI population. Because there is a segment of this population who want to maintain the model minority myth because they're working out of fear, right? The fear is that they don't want to be the target of discrimination, right? So when we look at the model minority, the way how it empowers the community, and so I kind of relate to what Dr. Joy DeGruy on her book when she's talking about the post-traumatic slave syndrome, right? So she was talking about how, during slavery, how the masters, the white masters actually, promote certain person to become house Negroes. And the house Negro became the oppressor of the same people being enslaved, right? So in the model minority sense is that when the conservative or the Asian American population who have made it, who's still experienced that trauma from the previous generations, that they want to maintain that model minority status, so they do what they can to become part of the oppressors to people of color community. But then what we fell in this is that we don't understand how can we engage this population of people to tell them understand that we are all in this together, right? It's like, it's people talking about the oppression Olympics. We all, as people of color, as immigrants in this country, we all been discriminated, be isolated, but none of us has it as deep-seated a traumatic experience as the African Americans that who brought over by slave ships, right? That who were only considered as 3/5 individual. So, and how did I come to that conclusion in that sense, right? It's because when I came as an immigrant, I didn't understand what's going on in this country, and I didn't understand the sacrifice my parents made, my grandparents made to bring me here for a better future, so I have a better life than they had, right? So the 3 challenges that I immediately faced was language barrier, cultural differences, and the generation gap. So when I thrust into the school system, I was already traumatized by the displacement as a 12-year-old coming into this foreign country, then to go into a low-income, a violence-stricken area at that, right? So when I went to the school, I couldn't communicate, I couldn't understand, so that led me to delinquent activities because I'm trying to find where do I belong, right? So that's why in the prison system, I was able to really engage this educational process through cultural history to find my identity, right? But the history, unfortunately, that I learned, and fortunate at the same time, is I learned about the people of color's history first before I learned about the AAPI history. Because my peers in there are overrepresented by the African Americans and the Latino population, which we call the Latino population. But it's people of color who actually helped me to understand what's going on, because many of the people who were incarcerated, many of the political prisoners who were involved in the Black Panthers Party and other struggles, right, to fight for their determination, self-determination. So through that process, I was able to learn about other people's history. But now, when I started to engage in learning my own history, then I was able to tie directly into the struggle and the suffering of the African Americans in this country, right? So automatically, education saved my life because my investment in people, because people invested in me. But then that's a situation where how I became the co-chair, co-director for the Asian Prison Support Committee that's based in Oakland, is that even in the college prison program, a college program, they did not have ethnic studies or Asian American study literature to teach. So people are denied the opportunity to learn about other people and trying to get to know them, right? To find that we have more commonality than differences. So in that sense, we filed, me and two of my friends, we signed this petition to advocate for ethnic studies and Asian American studies. I was put in solitary confinement for 11 months, right? So through that process, that's the community, the API community who came together and organized this Asian Prison Support Committee to help get us out of solitary confinement, not out of prison, right? So through that process, I was able to learn that in order for us to have, so what I've learned, my quote that I share with people is that we must engage on a personal revolution in order for us to embark on a collective revolution, right? Because that comes with the difference between cultural competency and cultural humility. Cultural competency is a lifelong learning experience about our culture and our traditions. We all have them, right? So we have to be proud of that. And when we lost touch with our roots and our culture, then that's when we fell. That's when we get on that pipeline, right? But cultural humility is a lifelong commitment to self-evaluation and critique of our ignorance in some ways, right? So when we don't understand that we are connected with other people and other cultures, then we feel that we don't have that cultural humility. Then we're thinking like what the mainstream is telling us, my religion is the best religion there is. No other religion should exist. Or my people are the only people who should be in this country and everybody else shouldn't be here, right? So it's those type of way to engage and learn about cultural competency and cultural humility that we're able to really find that healing process through culture, history, and identity, right? Through that chi. You know, if we align with our chi, then we're able to do the work that we need to be doing. So that's why I feel very grateful for the opportunity to be included in this table right here, right? Because, you know, often we have, as AAPIs, that we have to create our own table, right? When nobody is inviting us to the table, we have to create our own table. And that's why I'm grateful to share with my colleague right here, and I work closely with George in Oakland. You know, he's definitely leading the effort. But for us, as an Asian Prison Support Committee, we go inside the prison system to really engage the AAPI organization, and we actually created the first ever culturally competent program that is really trying to reclaim our forbidden trauma, especially for many of the refugees that came traumatized by war, right? By the imperialistic war that the United States government engaged in other part of the country, especially in Southeast Asia. So many of the refugees who came over, they're being really displaced into many of the violence-stricken low-income areas, side by side, that they see all the traumatic experience. That's why you see a lot of Asians are into gangs, you know, and go to that pipeline. And they didn't understand that they have any type of self-worth. So when we go into this provide program to engage them on a bottom-up perspective, then they came up with this, the name for the group that we created is called Restoring Our Original True Selves. And the way that we do that is to engage this healing by learning about their culture, learning about their history, and then find their identity and start taking responsibility for their actions, right? Because they hurt people to land it up in the prison system. Now, how do we heal this individual to really connect them with their culture and to their roots so they can restore their authentic selves? Because we know that once they get out that gate with those tools, they will be like dragons.
Thank you.
And love will fly.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Rob, there are big funders and big organizations and small organizations. Some do a better job at connecting and linking to our most troubled youth, right? Some do a great job at delivering services. Some do a better job at even finding them and reaching them, including their programs. You found a unique link, right? It's in their headphones. It's in their notepads. It's in a cipher, right? But you talked earlier about still fighting for the legitimacy of hip hop, even though we know that's a direct plug to the young people. Can you speak to how you've been able to break through with some young people, right? Address their trauma and you know, offer them therapy through hip hop and why it's still delegitimate or unlegitimate?
I appreciate that question, Tremaine. I think it's ironic that there's promise in the name Forward Promise. How many, just by show of hands, how many of you have heard the term at promise?
Oh, yeah.
A couple folks. How many of you have heard the term at risk? So I hope that everybody in this room today commits to stop using that term at risk. Replace it with at promise. And this is why. Yes, you can clap for that. And this is why. If we tap into the potential of our youth and we tap into the promise of our youth, then they will guide us for the rest of our lives. They will guide us in a way that gets us to the progressive values that we feel as human beings. Because first and foremost, we all have one thing in common, and that's being a human being. That's really the only race that should matter, in my opinion. But with that said, I personally feel that the only people that are at risk of failing are the systems failing our kids. The kids aren't at risk of failing, we're at risk of failing them. If we tap into their promise and their potential, then they will be successful. So the way we've done it is a lot of programs that say they're hip-hop therapy programs. Essentially what it is you have a clinician that works with a young folk and they listen to a song that already exists, right? And then from that, they kind of dissect the song and talk about the correlations between the song and their lives. But for us, what we do is we actually create the music with the youth. And so we're talking about their authentic stories, their potential, what they go through. And we're building the music with them throughout the process of 16 weeks so that by the time they're done, they've actually created their own CDs, and then they have a showcase that they tell the whole world, this is actually who I am. And a lot of the times it's telling it to their parents, it's telling it to the probation officers that say you ain't nothing, or the judges that said you ain't nothing, or the police officers that said you ain't nothing. And it's like, actually, no, look, I'm gonna show you how much I shine. I mean, I've literally seen it with parents, all these people that I just named, jaws on the floor. Like, I had no idea that youth had that potential in them. I had no idea that youth could accomplish something that great. And all we did was get out the way. Because we really truly believe like the potential and the power exists with them already. We just have to tap into it. And we just have to give, I really appreciated that this whole day started with the elders. Because it really does, to me, that's the wisdom, right? And the youth really they are the warriors, they are the power, and we do need to work together, but a lot of times we don't even listen to them. And we are youth-centered. The fact that we even have a showcase is because the youth said, we want to have a showcase. We just recorded all this music. What are we going to do with it? Let's have a showcase. Okay, I don't know how to do that, but let's do it. Let's figure it out. The fact that we're named Beats, Rhymes, and Life. I know some of you are familiar with Tribe Called Quest and Beats, Rhymes, and Life album. Well, our youth, they said, because we were originally named Beats Flows, they said we rap about our lives, or we make beats, we write rhymes, and we talk about our lives. So it should be called Beats, Rhymes, and Life. And instantly we were like, you heard a Tribe Called Quest, right? They were like, no, who's that? We were like, okay, Beats, Rhymes, and Life it is. The point is, we're youth-centered, and we take pride in that. And so while we've lived the experience and we can show them the way as therapists, as community artists, it's up to them to really guide us and then give them the structure that they need to flourish and move forward.
Thank you. I've heard something time and again in philanthropy circles or people who are critical of philanthropy circles. They say you go to an African village and everybody's getting a well, right? You don't talk to the people and say, what do you need? Maybe we need a road to get to work. Maybe we need baby formula. When you talk to doctors, sometimes they'll say they'll have a patient, like an emergency room trauma surgeon, and there's a shot to the stomach, a shot to the shoulder, a shot to the leg. You have to choose what you're gonna save, their life or their leg. For you all who are in direct contact with the young people, and I want to use at risk, who are most at promise, but being beaten by the system, right? If money wasn't an issue, or where their money isn't an issue, where do you direct those services first? What in your communities do the people need most, these young boys? What do they need most?
So I'll jump in just in terms of kind of the pedagogy, the methodology that we use to engage young people who are formerly incarcerated, systems impacted. We really try to begin to kind of facilitate a healing journey for them first and foremost. So we do that through sharing stories, right? And so, you can't give away what you ain't got. I got to be willing to kind of role model and share my story. And then, you know, which is why it becomes very easy to talk about some, you know, pretty heavy, you know, trauma sometimes now in very public spaces, because we do it in circle all the time with the young people. And then they share their stories, and we begin to kind of share and exchange, and we learn from each other, and we grow, and we heal, and there's a collective process, and the relationships are formed, and trust and rapport, you know what I mean? And we hold ceremony. We know, my brother Mark talked a little bit about, you know, returning the spirit ceremony, right? And, you know, and so we use our traditional medicine, we use our songs, we use that process. We take them to Inipi, to Sweat Lodge, you know, as part of their healing process, but that's the place that we start from. Then, you know, then we begin to kind of share more a little bit about the broader context, which is like learning your own history. And I start with the healing journey too, because I think if we start with the history, man, you just want to go do some gangster shit, you know. But maybe now you might just bang for a self-righteous, you know, purpose, but you might do something ignorant, you know what I mean? You know, and feel self-righteous about it. So we really start from the healing place. But even the way we do research, you know, I feel like research is something that, you know, oftentimes recolonizes communities of color. Everything we do in a ceremonial way. So when we do leadership development, like anybody, like I'm assuming a lot of folks here are laced up on Paulo Freire and Pedagogy de Press, right? Mm-hmm. Right? That every student is a teacher and every teacher is a student. And so using circle process, right? I mean, Paulo Freire was basically a white Brazilian, you know, education philosopher who, what did he do? He went and he observed how indigenous and African communities taught literacy in Brazil, and what worked for them was circle process, right? This has been our way since time immemorial, you know, and it's part of like when people talk about restorative practice now, because it's such a co-opted term, people think that restorative practices are only about when a harm occurs, and that's not true. You know, we actually use circle process for, you know, rites of passage, for positive development for young people. We have celebration, community building circles. We have welcoming circles for people when they're coming back home. Oftentimes, you know, from incarceration, we hold circle to, you know, welcome them home. You know, to be a part of that beloved community in that circle, that space that we create for them. So, you know, research is really about telling a story, whether it's quantitative or qualitative, ethnographic, and that's where we also share and exchange our stories, you know what I mean? And collectively, that becomes a part of the story of our community. So even how we approach that, like, oftentimes people want to ask, they want to throw a young person on a panel and they want them to reopen their wounds and share their trauma in order to educate a group of philanthropists or something, and that's some bullshit, you know what I mean? Just to be perfectly frank. We have a traditional way that we actually approach that. If before I would even begin to ask my young people to open and share on a panel like this, we would have an honoring song and we would smudge them all down. We would honor them for that beautiful sacred gift that they're about to reopen their wounds in order to teach the people. You know what I mean? So there's a cultural way that we approach it, is what I'm saying. And so I don't want people to think, because I feel like Western society does compartmentalize and thinks that it's all about, you know, this step, that step, that step, and these things happen in isolation. Ceremony and culture is interwoven in every step, in every phase, including movement building. You know, we talk about the first step oftentimes as being conocimiento, right? Which is just that acknowledgement that my Uncle Jerry, Theo Jerry, shared a little bit about just taking that time to acknowledge each other, right? And the next step is really understanding. You know, there's understanding that comes from that sharing and exchange and that reintegration, you know. The next phase after that is reintegration, right? And then the phase after that is movement. And that's where it really becomes sort of the next level of how we elevate their voice and power and their leadership to be change makers. They're the experts on their own lives. We do, you know, policy development. Our young people determine what our policy priorities are. We ask them what's important, what are the issues after we've done all this political education with them. And the issues that came up were police accountability and employment. And so we've passed like over a dozen bills in the state of California, and we co-authored Proposition 57. All of those things were done in partnership with our young people.
Thank you. I just want to say that, you know, we live in a narcissistic society. You know, we don't get out to see the rest of the world. You know, the rest of the world does not revolve around the United States, right? That's what's the challenge, is that the institution of racism is intentionally holding the people in those geographic locations to keep you busy, to keep all of us, you know, occupied. So we don't even vision what the possibilities are, right? So we're never separated from the self, family, and the community. And that's a fact. So if money is not an object or not an issue, then I would say that the family unification piece, we need to dump heavily into healing as a family and as a community, right? A lot of times when we do direct services, we're healing the young person, the individual. But when they do have the skill sets, when they go back to their homes, it's still dysfunctional. When they go back to the community, it's still the same community. And when people can pull it out, they will want to leave that community and not come back, right? So that's not the way to talk about holistically, healing. It's not about that. So we need to really engage that wraparound services for the entire family and the community because this money is no object. We need to really take the young people and the family to go to other countries or go to their own roots to really get to know their roots, right? To see that this is the origin of who they are, like where they come from, how did I get here, and where I'm going. And that's all has to play a part with connecting to your roots, right? So we can send people across the different countries and the families to say that, look, this is not how many of the other countries live. They have free healthcare, free education. They don't have crime rates. Police don't have guns. They don't carry guns, right? So, we can create a society we want to see, right? By doing the way that we can put in the resource where we keep talking about. So if we don't really, I'll finish with this. If we don't abolish the slavery, like really abolish it, then it's not going to work, right? When we still have the 13th Amendment in our Constitution to allow slavery to continue to exist, and specifically targeting people of color, there's no change. There's incremental changes that they want us to believe that we can have that, but there's no systemic changes, right? There's no attacking the root cause. So is there hope? Like I say, as long as we're breathing, we have hope.
I don't want to get in trouble, but you got it, Mom.
I'll be succinct. Regarding the question you asked about, the philanthropy. So here's the thing, right? I think in the question, it is presenting like a sort of like a either-or scenario. And I think in terms of funding, do we fund like the direct services or, what do we do first? You're talking about triage. So yes, we do need to like stop the bleeding immediately. There's no question about that. But stopping the bleeding doesn't stop the overall pain and suffering that's happening in these spaces. So with philanthropy, going back to that thing, to philanthropy, the question you posed, we can't be asking a question of either or. And that is largely the problem. So if you think about system change, there's also a level of, system change within philanthropy in of itself, right? So even as we're here and we're honoring, we're thinking about ways for young boys and men of color to thrive. There's a philosophy, there's a dichotomy that's out there that says, well, we can do it for boys, but what about girls and all those sort of things. So we have to make a decision: who gets the money? And then largely that doesn't help the community, because in the communities that we're from, that we're speaking about, there is an air of pain, there's an air of violence that permeates the entire neighborhood. And it's not from just the boys in the community, it's not just the girls in the community. And largely because we look at it from a deficit perspective in terms of, well, there's just not enough money to go around, we create that question, well, who gets it first, right? And so we just perpetuate the very sort of deficit way in which we approach our communities, right? That, well, this community can't get it because this community needs to get it, right? So it's not necessarily an answer, but it's more so like, how do we pose these questions, right? Because largely when we pose these questions this way, we are perpetuating these same sort of systems literally. And it may be benign and not malignant, but we're perpetuating these sort of like systems of oppression in many ways, right? And I think as folks in philanthropy need to also rethink how they approach these the portfolios and how they put forth these questions.
I have one question. I really need a 10-second answer before they drag me off the stage.
I'm sorry, bro.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask about this idea of hope and the future. As so many of you mentioned, you bring your whole selves to the table, and these young people are bleeding emotionally, right? Sometimes physically. They want more, they need more, and you guys are trying to give them more in a way up and a way out. But it's so dire in some places, in some cases are so desperate. Right? And some of these situations aren't going to change when nothing works in their communities, except for some of the folks on the ground fighting every single day. With that being said, are you hopeful for the future that Forward Promise and all the folks who are working with it and all the organizations connected and disconnected from this great work, is there hope that you might be able to make some change? 10 seconds, after I gave you a 30-second question.
So I'll just say one thing too, and it's part of that. I want to say this about philanthropy connected to that question. So Indian country has all these problems, and our life expectancy is 52 years old on Pine Ridge. Young people on Pine Ridge are 8 times more likely to commit suicide than any other place in America. There's all these challenges that are there. Less than 1% of American philanthropy goes to American Indian communities in this country. And it's a problem. But us as indigenous people, we have a belief, and our belief is, in Lakota, we say Medakuyase, which in our language means that we are all related. So in this moment in time, in the history in this country, we have to make sure that folks that are setting this table here, this forward promise, that people are not afterthoughts. And indigenous people in this country have been afterthoughts constantly, all the time, even in the most progressive social justice movements in this country. And let's not let that happen with forward promise. And so that is a message I wanted to share, because otherwise I'd get in trouble if I didn't. To answer the question about hope, when we first started the work that we're doing on Pine Ridge, they told us in ceremony to go from a place of hope, not fear, because it is powerful. Because what you embody and the courage that you embody when you're doing what you're going to do will impact everybody around you. And so, yes, 100%, I have hope today because I feel like it was instilled in my ancestors inside of me. Yet, also I realize that we must have hope, because having hope is part of the contagious strategy that we need to have to win.
Thank you very much. Before I bring Howard up, I wanted to pose another Twitter question. So the last question, what does trauma look like in your community? And this question is, what does trauma-informed care look like in your community? What does trauma-informed care look like in your community? Can we give one more round of applause to our panel?
Could I make a polite amendment to that question and say healing-informed work? Because trauma-informed is a kind of a Western clinical approach, and I think part of our work is to actually reconnect with our own cultural traditions that kept us healthy since time immemorial. So, polite amendment would be healing-informed.
Hashtag healing-informed. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Thank you. Peace, good brother. Thank you, Howard.
To have more youth voice. We are going to take the words from our friends and our colleagues seriously that were spoken today. And we have to thank so many people in this process. But what does it take to raise a healthy village? That's the question we have to kind of answer. A committed people who are willing to put aside their egos, to put aside their best efforts and share power, share time, sweat equity for our young people, and across cultures, across differences that we are not used to being sharing. Could we give a round of applause to our two panels that were so poignant today? We thank them. We thank them for their wisdom. Could we also applaud our elders who shared so much with us? I also want to thank the folks who helped to pull off this day and to make it possible, particularly some of our contractor folks under the name of Aisha Winfield and her people. Could we give them a round of applause for handling the communications? I also want to give a shout out to my dean and leader, Pam Grossman, Dr. Pam Grossman from the Graduate School of Education, the dean of the Graduate School of Education, for her support, and my colleagues there at the University of Penn. I want to thank, of course, the visionary work of Maisha Simmons and Risa Louisa Moray for their leadership. Also, Edith Arrington, Dr. Edith Arrington, who's been so helpful to us as we were trying to pull together what does it mean to become a national program office and usher us into this world. They must get acknowledged for that. The people on my team that have been here in the background, who've been helping you all get to this place and also get to the next place. I want to have a shout out to Jamie Scarborough in the back. Can you raise your hand? Yes. And also Kelly Doolin in the back, a program associate who most of you connected with. We also have Danielle Sweck, who's also in the back, raising her hand. I have to give a shout out also to Eric Estrada, who some of you also know. There's also, you saw him today, Dr. Jason Javier Watson is also on our team handling program evaluation. And Kayla Deans is working in contact with our communications group. She's also a new member, a part of this team. Can Kayla, you want to stand up and say hello? Okay. And the person who is head of our communications, Nona Richardson, sitting next to her. And I understand from the deputy director that we're third on being, we're third on Twitter right now, apparently. I didn't know that was a thing until right now. So that's a good thing, but I think I've gotten everybody, except I just want to give a big shout out to Rhonda Bryant. Absolutely. I have worked with a lot of people in my time, but she is brilliant. She's amazingly caring and supportive. She's had to handle so many things and juggle, not only for this process, but other things she runs in her life. And she also, while she was doing all this preparation, she also was passed her dissertation hearing last week. So she still has a defense, but she passed the first round, and that's a big deal in the middle of all this other stuff. It's just quite amazing. So I hope all hearts and minds are clear. You know we're going to get to work now. This was just a show, but a show to inspire for us to get out there and do the work. I'm reminded of the last piece of a poem that we'll use in some of our understanding of the branding. We think of heal, grow, thrive as very important. Roots, trees, sky is very important metaphors for understanding what boys and young men go through. But County Cullen wrote a wonderful poem called From the Dark Tower. And the last statement he makes in this poem, he says, "In the dark, we hide the heart that bleeds and wait and tend our agonizing seeds." So we think of our boys and young men of color as seeds with full of potential, but surrounded by weeds, surrounded by rejection, and it's our job to remove those weeds. I can't thank you enough. If it takes a village to raise a child, what does it take to raise a healthy village? Thank you very much, and now it's time for the reception, and you will be directed once you move and have being. So take care, and thank you.